Último dia de Disco Elysium, eu prometo, eu juro. Amanhã, será que amanhã estaremos de volta à programação que não tá acontecendo há muito tempo, velho. A última série foi série de ficção científica. Foi, né? System Shock, BioShock. Qual que é os outros? Deus é. Meu microfone. Ei, ei, ei. Bora. Vai acabar esse trem. Vamos lá, então. Acabamos de encontrar Ruby, a instigadora. Um verano sem ti. Tu me demorou ter encontrado o caminho, sim. Salve, Eric. Bom demais? Depois do disco vai ser Faroeste, sim, Faroeste. A gente tinha que jogar o Darkwood de novo, né? Mas não tem forças. Então, caminhando pro final do jogo, né? Deixa eu ver se tem alguma coisa pra gente... Tem 3 pontos. Deixa eu botar as roupas tudo aqui que eu vou precisar. Eu não sei quais são os testes, na real, né? Quais são os testes, você sabe? Agora é uma parte, assim, que vai ser tenso. Não vou dar spoiler, né? Mas é uma parte tensa. Chegando no final do jogo, assim, todo final do jogo você tem que... como é que fala? Gastar seus pontos, né? Porque os pontos vão sobrar. O que vai alarir nesse torre tu merecia. Alguém sabe? Ninguém sabe, né? Teria que ver, velho. Mas eu tô com preguiça de ver, sinceramente. O que passou? Gosto de terror. Eu tava acompanhando, tentando acompanhar lá pelo seu canal no YouTube. O jogo é tenso, eu larguei. Gosto de terror mais tenso, não, que é menos susto. Como assim? Você gosta dele mais? Você gosta mais de. O Darkwood é muito tenso, né, velho? Tipo assim, não é susto. Você até toma um susto, mas. Vamos ver o que a gente põe aqui, né? Eu lembro de alguns. Tipo assim, deixa eu ver. Se não me engano, tem um de retórica. Certo? Acho que tem um de autoridade, eu acho. E tem uns de arma mesmo, né? De. Mexe com psicológico, sim, total, velho. Não sei o que passou. Tá bom, vamos gastar os pontos tudo em. Autoridade, vamos lá. Deixar pelo menos 4 de autoridade aqui. Botar um. Qual que é? Qual que deve ser, hein? Acho que velocidade de reação, talvez. Reação motora também. Certo? Tá bom, gastar esse ponto tudo aí. É isso. Colocar umas roupas. Pra gente ficar bem, né? Essa roupa dá mais 2 de autoridade, certo? Sim. E qualquer coordenação. A gente pode colocar outra coisa, né? Alguma coisa da autoridade. Sugestão. calafrio, simpatia, império anterior. Retórica. E os caras chegando perto do final do jogo que os pontos era tudo 20. É cheat isso. Você tá no máximo 8, 9 aí. Não, tem como... Você joga no fácil, né? Quer dizer, você joga no hardcore, você ganha mais XP. Se você tem uma build normal, você pode só sair upando as coisas, eu acho. Mas pode ser cheat, porque 20 é muito, né? É, pode ser cheat, sim. Ah, a gravata foi embora, né? Gravata foi embora. Era tu merecia. Ei. Qual que é esse aqui? Quanto nós estamos? Tá faltando um pouco de compostura, né? Pra gente ficar bem... Vou colocar um pouco de compostura, só pra gente ter aqui o... Vou colocar esse óculos aqui, porque ele é tirado. Acho que essa é a roupa, hein? Coordenação motor mais 2, velocidade de reação mais 2, interação mais 2. A gente precisava de quê? Coordenação motora? Não, a gente precisava de compostura, né? Essa calça? Ah, mas isso aqui dá mais velocidade de reação. Então vamos ficar com essa mesmo. Vai, sem compostura, vai com Deus. Tomara que não tenha teste, né, de compostura. Tirar essa coisa da nossa mão. A arma já tá. Essa garrafinha. Então, retorne ao Whirling Rag. Você sabe que já tá, o tribunal já tá sendo feito, né? O jogo meio que te falou isso. Vamos lá. D3. Pô, baixei ontem o jogo. Morri em 2 minutos. O jogo acender na lâmpada. Acontece, velho. Depois eu vou semana no jogo. Nós estamos no finalzinho do jogo aqui. Se você não quer spoiler, não veja. Se você quer... Você não liga e assista. Boa tarde, Edu. Boa tarde. Você não sabe nada sobre o que tá acontecendo, amiga? Beleza. Talvez não é agora, né? Vamos ver. Qual que é o T? Retorne ao William Rags. Alguém lá tem alguma coisa pra corresponder. Você é um peão da puta madre? Agora deixa eu esteja preparado, Bratan. Sou gravata, falo pra você ficar preparado, né? Vamos ver. Já vi spoiler, tô de boa. Eu nunca vi nisso. Ah, sim. Tá de boa. Já teve aquela conversa foda com o velho? Qual velho? Ah, já, mas bem lá no começo, né? Nunca esqueço dele falar. Não. Ah, não. Acho que é essa aí. Essa aí eu não conversei ainda, não. Nós vamos conversar. Agora é o final. O rumo pro final do jogo, né? Ó, aí, ó.
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger.
Ó, aí, ó.
You are prepared. Don't put away your friend, your weapon. It is glowing in your hand, ready to serve. Snow gathers on the oily fabric of the tail end of your necktie turned fuse.
Quem há perigo, à frente.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
Estou pronto pra fazer isso.
Be ready to take damage.
Be ready to take damage é pesado, né? Vamos lá, já tem 2.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Esse que é o cara que tava lá na
Put
porta,
your
né?
damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right? Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Kim, o que está acontecendo aqui?
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The gift is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered.
Essa provavelmente é a sniper que tava mirando na gente, né? Provavelmente. Tava vigiando a gente do jogo todo, que os caras falam, né?
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
Esse bicho capeta, olha isso.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, she was right. That must be the third
Sim.
mercenary.
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
O grandão é o mercenário dos portões, o líder
If
pedreiro.
this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
Sim,
A sound strategy.
beleza.
He's the leader.
O que nós fazemos?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Nós estamos sem tempo, isso é.
Mercenary tribunal.
Sim. Vamos nos afastar por enquanto. Parem, aqui é polícia, fique entre eles.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Ele lambe os lábios, brandindo a arma para a turba. Perdendo o equilíbrio por um momento, ele cambaleia para
I
trás.
think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig fuck!
Que isso? São as únicas palavras que você consegue entender, não são calmas. Calma, ninguém precisa morrer aqui hoje.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle.
Tenso.
The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal spirit in your hand seems to have a pulsating glow. It feels enticing somehow.
All right, end game. Light me on fire and throw me in his face.
Wait, it's a good thing you have an anthropomorphic petrol bomb.
Que bom que a gente tem a bomba.
He is, but you have to soften him up first.
Aham,
Present an argument.
sim.
I'm barely keeping you together here. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around. No, please.
Nossa!
Peace. It has worked this far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that.
Tá bom, começa com a primeira. Se trouxe reforços de fora da cidade.
Oh yeah, that's rude. Rude, the killer, Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
Que foi isso, Rude?
Rip you open.
Matador?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer.
Ele aponta para a figura revestida inteiramente por placas de cerâmicas.
What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21.
Ele conta os bonecos. Quantos bonecos?
About 50 little stick figures.
O cara pendurou todo mundo que matou, velho.
Plus 2 little white ones in the end.
Mata pessoas negras?
That's right. Plenty of kids here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it. T.
Easy. Easy now.
Escute, eles não mataram.
Yeah? Who did that?
Espera, eu só preciso de um tempinho pra descobrir. Ah, eu acho que foi o Titus, foi a Clase, foi a Ruby, fui eu. Foi outra pessoa, alguém que não está aqui agora.
How fucking convenient.
Ele te dá um olhar ébrio, então coloca a mão na
His
arma.
fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
Ele tomou um tiro de uma grande distância, um atirador de elite o matou. Muitas pessoas poderiam chegar naquele telhado, como Gart, o gerente da cafeteria. Na verdade, eles estão aqui. Um de vocês. Não, é um atirador de elite,
You
provavelmente.
think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now? Huh? How about the kid? Tell me, the magic fucking sniper, one more time.
Listen, please. Cop and this
Ei,
drumhead
pensa.
cop marshal won't decide who.
Porque ele não acredita em mim. Pense, porque ele não acredita em mim.
The
Passei.
Hardy boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Aham. Espera, eles não confessaram. Ou seja, ele tomou um tiro e não foi enforcado. Me escute.
You're lying. The Paul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways into
Tenso, né? Essa cena é tensa demais, velho.
creation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
O informamento foi apenas ocultação. Escute, quando eles confessaram, eles estavam mentindo. A jardineira nem é um deles. O enforcamento foi apenas ocultação. Escute.
Liars.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over
Nossa senhora. Boa tarde, Steve.
crushing
Boa
a
tarde.
small pane of the glass window behind her.
Então a gente salvou uma pessoa já, se eu não me engano.
I missed.
O homem olha para o revólver e sorri.
Not true. He purposefully over-aimed and shot the window. You had him second-guessing himself, only for a second. Do not assume he will miss the next time.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot.
Tá bom. Vocês estão todos bêbados. Olha pra você. Jairo. Muito obrigado pela raid. Valeu. Boa tarde, bonzão. Boa tarde, Jairo. Estão todos bêbados. Olha pra vocês.
Yes. So what?
Visa. Oi, boa tarde, boa noite, não sei. Seu julgamento está comprometido. Você vai se arrepender disso.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government ordained super soldier.
Tá, Jairo diz. Tava vendo seu vídeo todos assim do Lobo de Lobo. Muito bom. Valeu demais, pô. Valeu demais. Jogão livre, né? Uma experiência. Sim, ó. Estão jogando pela terceira vez.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Opa.
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
A representante da Paulo Paz não aprova isso.
Think I care what that company cunt thinks?
O Paulo Paz não vai te perdoar por massacrar um bando de pessoas inocentes. Nós estamos trabalhando juntos. Ela sabia que você estava fora do controle. Ela me contou. Não vai te
The
perdoar.
man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening. Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
Nós estamos trabalhando juntos. Ela sabia que você estava fora do controle. Ela me contou.
She's gone, you stupid fuck. Sailed off 5
Ah, eu
minutes
acabei de
ago.
ver ela.
She doesn't give a shit about you silos.
As you look to the bay, you see a small
Ela foi
green
embora,
sail
Joyce, né?
on the
Filho
horizon
da puta.
by the crumbling sea fort, growing smaller.
Stay cool. Don't do anything stupid. The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Ele olha em volta, subitamente cansado, até mesmo triste.
I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Shank, filho da
Hold
puta.
your ground.
Que Shank
Any
sabe
more
o que
you run, I'll shoot you myself.
Shank, filho da puta,
We're
velho.
doing this together.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay.
Tá bom, retórica. Pense,
Even if it means dying here with him.
pense o argumento. 97%, bora.
International
Véi, como é que eu não passei nessa porra, velho?
International law.
Inacreditável, né? Inacreditável, velho. 97% de novo. Esse tribunal é contra a lei internacional. Não diga isso.
Don't say it. But now you stood there scratching your ass for 1.5 seconds. You think this helps things?
Conversa sobre enforcado, 72%, bora.
Of course.
Não passei de novo,
Nothing
velho.
bad will happen.
Isso não é bom.
Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it.
Ele não parece estável de jeito nenhum. Eu sei que consegui conhecer seu falecido amigo durante nossa investigação.
Don't fucking talk to me about my brother, loincloth.
Okay, yes. Immediate failure. Things are worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully.
Onde está Clasia? Ela pode explicar
Who
isso.
the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
Vazou,
She
né?
left.
Sim.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
Cara, que diabos você tá fazendo aqui?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost?
E você quer dizer que ela saiu?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
Véi.
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Não, véi.
Hey,
Prender ela é
Bushman,
foda.
Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one.
She's gone. Forget about it now.
Acenda a bomba de aguardente e jogue nele. Tá bom. 97, vamos lá. Passamos, porra. O que importa, a gente passou. Tá lá. Lá vai ela.
With a crash of shattering glass and a terrible roar, the fire draws in oxygen. The bomb hits the mercenary in the chest, swallowing him in flames as he staggers backward. In the fiery inferno, you see your tie, coiling around the man's neck.
A gravata.
It is no longer horrific, but beautiful and pure.
I only ever wanted you to have fun, Harry.
Espera, eu nem sei seu nome.
My name, should you know it, is Jobson A.S. Men's
Eu falo.
colorful tie, catalog number J327.
Eu sei tão pouco sobre você como nós nos
One
encontramos.
day a sad man walked into a clothing store. He looked really darn like he hadn't had fun in years. He needed someone to show him how to rock and roll again.
Sim, obrigado, gravata bonita.
Jobson A.S. catalog number J327 shone on the tie rack, trying to get his attention. The sad man picked it up and put it on. He looked at himself in the mirror, didn't smile.
Nada irá te curar algum dia, mas ao menos você vai ter uma gravata divertida.
And from that moment on, we rode together. The rest of your clothes were still normal back then, but we took care of that soon enough.
Nós nos divertimos?
Truthfully, not a lot. I did everything a multi-pattern necktie can do to help a man. I mean, I tried to get you to do all the fun things. Drink beer, drink wine, drink cider. Go to parties with young people around and drink beer and cider. Do drugs too, so you don't fall asleep. You had some fun, but not enough to heal you.
Qual o meu problema?
Your heart is broken, Bratushka, and it cannot be mended. Believe me, I've tried.
Eu vou ficar assim pra sempre?
No, you're going to be mowed down by gunfire from the two remaining mugs. So no, not forever.
Quem bate o meu
You
coração?
both did, Bratan. Deep down, you know it was both of you.
O que está acontecendo com esse cara?
This guy, well, his face has cracked open into a scream of terror. It looks like he's performing some sort of a shamanistic dance that requires you to be
On flames. On fire.
Yeah. His body contorts in a
É tenso porque o cara tá pegando fogo do lado de dentro da armadura, né? Nossa. Tenso.
This one. He's dying a horrible, painful death as you're talking to your tie in your head.
Ai, velho.
Smells like a steak on the grill.
Tenso.
The burning flesh in your nostrils.
Que ele encontre paz ao lado do irmão.
It's good to see you still have capacity for compassion, my friend. Deep down, you are a good man.
Adeus, gravata.
See you on the other side.
A gravata se desintegra dentro do calor escaldante, com suas últimas brasas soltando um estalo e um estouro que soam como.
Harry, for God's sake! Watch out!
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Desvia o tiro. Kim, onde está o Kim?
From the corner of your eye, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rude.
Bom, vamos desviar dessa porra.
You leap left.
Desvio, porra.
Swarm of angry lead passes mere
Vai tomar no seu
millimeters
cu.
from your side. tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
Júbilo, eu estou vivo.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left, the Paul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
Ih.
God, please.
Ele diz calmamente, sem tremor. Ele mira o rosto pálido.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from the Paul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear
Caralho, tiro
behind you.
Quem ele acertou o fuzileiro?
Gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Quem está gritando?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you.
Eita,
His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through the burning meat and the flames. With his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at you.
Nossa.
Then he squeezes the trigger.
Olha o homem queimando nos olhos.
The look of vengeance framed by melting skin.
A gente vai levar esse tiro de qualquer jeito, né?
Thing he will do on Earth, but he will do it. He will end you.
É impossível passar, desviar desse segundo tiro, né? Tomei.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes.
Nossa, que tenso,
Your
velho.
entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Ouça através da escuridão e da dor.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Toque seus membros inferiores.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
Que parte de mim estão faltando?
Most of what's down there.
Oh, Deus.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if...
Como é, nem é possível isso.
No one wants you anyway.
Who cares? No one wants you anyway. O que eu vejo?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows.
Que doideira
cast
isso aqui,
by
né?
them, like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Ninguém quer fazer nada comigo, ninguém quer curtir comigo. Só tô escuro, não consigo chegar. Quem eu menti? Sobrenome lembrado sobre quem eu sou, inventei tudo, eu me lembro de tudo. Existe uma sombra branca que cheira damasco, ela está sempre lá.
Stay with me.
Eu não consigo esquecer, mesmo quando bebia tanto. Ela disse que eu tinha uma alma imensa. Eu tenho uma alma imensa?
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Véi, tem que avisar. Se eu não passar nessa porra desse teste aqui, vai tomar no cu, né? Tenente, confio em você. Quem realmente confia em você. Vai lá, 97.
No.
Isso.
And hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles.
Graças a Deus, velho.
Eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world.
Cai na escuridão total.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
Um mordor, mais uma porta. Eu vou ser um fantasma agora?
Brother, you already were a ghost. Up there, screaming along with all of them. Scaring each other. Haunting each other. It's the living who are ghosts. The dead are silent. They don't rattle windows or write letters in blood. The living do. Leave them behind. Rest.
Não, me deixa voltar pra luta.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Of the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his won't sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
Sim. É foda porque a gente não tomou nenhum goró, né? O jogo todo a gente não tomou nenhuma bebida. Se você tivesse tomado qualquer bebida, não tivesse de cara total, os testes são bem mais difíceis aqui, eu acho.
There was a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it. Again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange
Quarto
jacket.
limpo, velho.
It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Quem?
Sunrise, a rebellion.
Ele está no meio de uma sala limpa com um ventilador assim na cabeça com uma auréola. O rosto dele está coberto de hematomas. Ai.
It's not ouch time yet. You did go to Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
O quarto está limpo.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
Por quanto tempo eu estive
2
desmaiado?
days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse.
E curse. A jaqueta que você tirou.
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
O que você disse, Alvarez?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
Minha arma está gravada nela.
Sounds like it.
É guerra hoje?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Bom.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
O que aconteceu?
What happened? You threw an improvised petroleum bomb at the major. A firefight ensued.
A gravata me fez fazer
He
isso.
does not answer. and searches for something in his...
Está morto?
He died in the hospital.
A blood-stained killer.
Eu sou um assassino.
You're an officer of the RCM.
Ele continua sempre esperando para uma resposta.
As retaliation, the riflemen tried shooting.
Yadi, boa noite. Passou das 6, né? Boa noite. Eu me esquivei.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place.
Triste.
He goes on.
Mas o Glenn era escroto.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene.
Yes, he's still alive too.
Então, o Theo, que era o mais velho, o Angus, que era o gordo, né? E o Glenn morreram. Eu acho que os 3 morrem de qualquer jeito.
You were bleeding out by then. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Paul, before she got a jump on me.
Graças a Deus.
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened.
Acendeu um cigarrão, né, Kim? Então você também matou.
He nods.
Eu pensei que você fumasse apenas um por dia.
This is the one.
E eles estão todos mortos, todos os 3 dos empreiteiros?
The Paul was the last to die. Everhart had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Por quê?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
Quantos baixos do lado do sindicato total?
3. Glenn,
Isso.
Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Theo, he was just too old for combat.
Uhum. Isso.
Old.
Isso é tudo, é. Ah, não foi tão ruim, levando tudo em conta.
Oh, no, officer. It's pretty bad. 6 people are dead.
Ah, mas não tinha... Véi,
What's done is
podia
done.
todo mundo ter morrido, pô.
Violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
Então, um segredo aí, ó, quem nunca viu. Tem como o Kim tomar esse tiro, eu não sei se ele morre, eu não sei o que acontece com ele, mas ele vai... Eu acho que ele não morre, ele vai pro hospital e no último dia quem é seu sidekick é o Kuno, velho. Olha que desgraça.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those 2 armies.
Esse jogo tem vários finais, não, só tem um final.
His smoking, his
Mas até chegar no final tem muitos caminhos, velho. Infinitos caminhos.
real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Eu estou muito machucado.
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with metformin.
Nossa, vai ficar doente é ruim demais. Eu posso andar?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a
Psicolocomotor.
psycho-locomotor.
Eu sou um psicolocomotor.
You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
Alguém da minha delegacia vem me ver?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored
O
motor.
Kuno virar só pra ser doideira, é doideira. Depois a gente vai ver.
The man
Quando acabar aqui a gente vê os vídeos.
John Victor is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
Eles não se importam comigo.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Estranho, você não viu nenhum, viu?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about
É.
you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
Se eles estão preocupados comigo, onde estão?
I don't know.
That's between you and them, he thinks.
Se não foi a minha delegacia, então quem tratou de
I
mim?
did.
Obrigado,
No
Kim.
need.
Você está machucado?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Ok. Levante-se. Vamos. Vamos. Bora, desgraçado.
Easy now.
Your balance is way off. You feel like you're about to fall over on that thing.
How are you?
The lieutenant looks at you, teetering on your feet.
O que acontece agora
I
aqui?
honestly don't know.
Você não sabe?
We can't talk to Everhart. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce partiu?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Claudia too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Espera, você checou, ela realmente está...
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Quem fez isso então, Kim? Quem matou o homem
I don't
enforcado?
know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else outside our circle of suspects, was right. It better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone.
Isso é foda, a história vai muito longe, né?
Our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Os malditos lírios do vale, Kim, as flores. Arranque pra fora e mostra a flor seca enquanto ela se despedaça. Essa aqui lembra? Tudo está conectado, Kim. Até agora você não viu isso. Não, Kim. Todo pedaço de linha dessa cidade está conectado com o caso. Sob o buraco na... parede. Alguém está espiando, né?
That's been there for years.
E as malditas pegadas?
God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us.
Ainda há 28% de possibilidade do tiro ter vindo de longe.
Rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
Sim. Uma bala antiga de uma bela e uma grave 44.6 milímetros. Quão difícil pode ser encontrar uma? Quão difícil pode ser?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around from the war, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is that makes that bullet useless.
A todos esses abrigos velhos que eu na cidade era revolucionária.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
Eu não posso acreditar que elas são inúteis pra caralho.
No need to be melodramatic.
É simples, temos que localizar o comunismo. O comunismo matou ele. Alguém fala isso, né? Durante o jogo eles falam isso. O comunismo que matou ele, né? Quando você tá conversando com o morto. Ok, sim. Eu posso ver como é difícil acusar alguém que não é realmente a pessoa.
I am glad that you do.
Isso é porque eu sou peão da puta madre?
Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
That does make some sense.
Some sense. Você sabe o que eu penso sobre solucionar crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solucionar crimes é difícil. Solucionar crimes é quase impossível. Solucionar crimes é muito fácil. É difícil.
It really is very hard.
Sim.
He sounds surprisingly weary.
Você não está pronto para desistir, está?
No. Are you ready to limp?
Estou pronto.
Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics.
Sim, deveriam chegar ao quarto da senhora Cage no andar de cima. Vamos apenas vagar sem rumo até com a pista presente.
Why not?
Ai. Tem como você não ter visto a janela, nem tem como você não ter desenvolvido o caso até chegar num ponto que você tem uma pista, né?
Perhaps the one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
A gente conseguiu duas coisas durante a luta lá. Agora já é meio tarde, né, mesmo?
You've sharpened your senses by being on the lookout for missing persons. Now you notice more of what's happening around you. Perhaps, when you're done with this case, you can join the Searchlight Division of the RCM and find every Revacholian that's ever gone missing without a trace. There is undoubtedly a backlog of such cases, because you never know. A missing person could be just around the edge, barely out of sight.
Véi, e essa divisão na polícia tem, né? Mas assim, é a divisão mais foda. Eu acho que se eu fosse policial eu ia ser esse cara, velho. Tá ligado? Que fica mais 2 percepções. Caralho, tem como... Tem como você ter... A gente tem mais 5 de reflexão, né? De percepção, quer dizer.
In the year 07. In the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44
A gente tem
years
44
old.
anos, velho.
The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
Capacidade de habilidade lógica aumentar pra 4, menos 1, dificuldade pra todos físicos passivos, tá louco, horrível. Vamos tirar esse então. Tira esse, esqueça. Mas a gente não tem nenhum pra pôr, ué. Porra, aí é foda, né? Vamos tirar de qualquer jeito, porque esse aqui é horrível, velho.
Consertar a janela. Vidro recém substituído, brilhando à luz da manhã. Você viu o tráfego do lado de fora, de volta ao mundo novamente. Consertaram até o negócio de fita, velho. O tocador estéreo 8 foi reunido com seu alto-falante direito. Você vê uma cobertura branca brilhante sem garrafas dentro. Olha, a porta está aberta. Você pode entrar e ver o quarto do Kim. Vamos ver seu quarto, Kim. O alarme está configurado para 6h50 da manhã. Os primeiros médicos no armário. Mercúrio, cromo, bisturi e antibióticos.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You may have notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Garth open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Obrigado por manter essa coisa viva por mais um tempo.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
Let's go. Deixa eu só ver se tem alguma coisa aqui ainda pra fazer.
The bathroom mirror.
Nada. Ventilador.
The fan stands still.
Liga
The
a
lights are on. The lights are off again.
O cara falando que ele morreu quando ele ligou a luz, né?
The bed's a little nicer now.
Tá bom. Não sei o que passou. Opa. Essa perna dói. Talvez se não fosse correr, tudo fique melhor. Mas já vai ter que correr, velho. Parece que ela deixou algo na mesa.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
Que poderia ser esse
I
presente?
am not drawing my gun, yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Parece que ela saiu com
It's
pressa.
hardly surprising.
You look at her rough, jagged handwriting on the note. She was in a rush, but not panicked. Deliberate. Focused.
Não, esse negócio dela ter falado que a Ruby que planejou o trem de enforcar o cara, velho, foi brutal, velho. A Clase, ela é...
The medicine cabinet is
realmente
empty.
limpou tudo. Tipo assim... Caralho, a galera... A Ruby... eu falei com vocês, né? Tem a possibilidade da Ruby se matar lá. É um nível de... Um fio vermelho, feio de nylon. Conduz pra fora do quarto, até o telhado. Ah... O fio está amarrado na antena. Essa é a linha do tiro, né? É isso, né?
You see the same two neon-lit shapes. A man and a woman. Only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Para onde o cordão conduz?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime.
O único lugar que a gente não foi, né?
The island in the bay.
Ela está tentando nos dizer que o tiro veio da ilhota.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
Existem ruínas naquela ilhota, uma fortificação marinha fundada. Eu vi pelo binóculo do mirante.
I remember.
Como ela sabia como fazer
She was
isso?
there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole
Sim.
was in the glass.
Sim.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
É claro que nós não confiamos. É a forma dela nos dizer que sente muito.
I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference
sim.
does it make?
Esse também é o único ponto de origem que nós não excluímos
So
ainda.
it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Você não parece
I
entusiasmado.
just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Talvez nós tenhamos que ir até a ilha. Bora, né?
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
É, uma hora vocês vão ter que desistir, né?
Across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
O que mais há lá?
Not a lot, no.
Eu me lembro de uma arma antiaérea ou as ruínas de uma ilha. Eu vi pelo bloco
Could be
dominante.
the makings of a sniper's nest.
Why not? Military fortifications are made for that kind of thing.
Kim, vamos pra essa porra de ilha.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there?
Liliana.
She had her sloop, but she's gone.
Liliana, para das vezes, ela está impermeabilizando o barco dela com alcatrão.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Gart, você tem alguma coisa pra dizer sobre meu heroísmo?
You're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Sim, obrigado. Uma base melhoria. Ó, o Gart, virou nosso amigo,
You're
pô.
welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
Obrigado, Gart.
I give credit where credit is due. That was a crazy move. Crazy effective. Petroleum bomb. Never seen anything like that. I was there until it struck him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. Stay is free, the drinks are not.
Opa.
It just felt I needed to
Tá bom.
specify that.
Onde foram todos?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
O que aconteceu com o homem de óculos
I
escuros?
don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Inclusive a gente. Certo, então eu tenho que mencionar quando aconteceu, você estava lá na sacada.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
É, vai ver, você é fodão.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
Que isso, Gart?
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself.
Ah.
Stepping onto that balcony.
Certo, obrigado.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Tá bom. Obrigado, Gart. Esse rapaz ainda tá aqui, velho.
Hi again, gendarme.
Compostura, se a gente conseguir... Tem um ponto? Não tem um ponto. Daqui a pouco a gente vai ter, talvez. O último teste aí, hein?
See,
Amigo.
you approach. The bruised man raises his bear in welcome.
Ficaram os melhores do grupo, basicamente, né? Os mais jovens.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. There I was, thinking, where are we gonna find a tin opener large enough for those cans?
Abridor de lata.
Capo Loco shows up and just sets a man on fire. Impressive shit, Copper. None of us would be breathing right now if it wasn't for... I guess what I'm trying to say here is... Thank you.
Obrigado você.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Aperte a mão dele e acenda em silêncio. Olha, eu preciso falar com você. Não aperte. Não, aperte a mão dele e apenas acenda.
Now, how can I help you?
Sinto muito pelas pessoas que você perdeu.
Dio was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear.
Here
Ele era
it
gente
comes.
boa, né?
The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking
Glenn?
copious amounts of 8% beer.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
Espera, aquele tal de Shink.
Dennis, you saw him run. He's a mean little shit and I never trusted him. He'd better run real fast now. Real fast.
Viemos a esse mundo pra morrer, aparentemente. Talvez haja redenção nisso. Pelo menos acaba algum dia. Eles eram boas pessoas. Me desculpe por ter sido assim.
Yeah. Memento mori. Right.
O que isso significa?
It means you might die tomorrow. So live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right, fella?
É verdade, gente. É verdade.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl. Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Calma.
Hey. Fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
O que irá acontecer aos Hard Boys agora?
First, we're gonna find Dennis.
I'm going to find Dennis. I'm going to find him, and then I'm going to kill him.
The tone of the statement is so matter-of-fact. It's as though he were talking about picking up a morning newspaper on his daily walk around the block.
Seu rapaz, sua responsabilidade. Faça o que achar que é
The
certo.
lieutenant shakes his head, but doesn't say anything. Go ahead then. Maybe they'll only break his legs.
We're hunting that rat down. Let it be known what happens to cowards. And then I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social
democracy
by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing Winters.
O irmão dele, né?
Maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys.
He's right. The numbers are replaceable. In an organization of thousands of men, there are plenty who'd join.
Você sabe o que aconteceu com a classe?
Don't know. Don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
Tá, depois de tudo que passamos, seja sincero comigo. Você realmente gostava dela, não?
Nope.
He did.
O mesmo aqui, cara.
He shrugs and tries to look
He did. Ele gostava. Alguma ideia do que eu deveria fazer agora?
Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other.
Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Janrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all Rebacho.
Hell.
Eles falam muito dessa Mônica, velho.
Some feminine company right now.
Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Alain. I do always appreciate a good use of the expression milkers.
It sincerely amuses him how hard these guys typecast themselves.
You're welcome, Bina Claude. You're all right in my book.
Tem mais companheiros. Se comportem para que eu não precise mais voltar aqui.
Take care, coppers. You too look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco.
Copo loco.
And, normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
Eu amo. Eu amo vocês. Os caras começam a amar todos os personagens. Ai, véi. Que lindo, véi.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
A RCM realmente poderia usar um homem como você, Titus. Pensa nisso.
I will, capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do.
Quem diria, né? Uma experiência de quase morte uniu a gente.
The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Bino Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12% tonight.
Opa, que isso? Un jour, je serai derrière toi, près de toi.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Sky.
Parece que Singe School finalmente encontrou as palavras para sua
The
obra-prima.
lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
Eu sinto cheiro de óleo de combustível?
Some of it is even yours.
Ah.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
O que você está tentando dizer? Indicar dedos.
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
Tem como ser? Ai, coloca fogo no grafite com a ponta do cigarro vazio, que diz na lata. A gente não vai fumar, a gente não fuma mais. Tem que testar, pô. Não. Não vou acender um cigarro. Só
The
ver o que dá.
scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Isso deve ser o gêmeos da Liliane.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Eu já
The
disse isso.
stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Maybe there's some kind of reason why they're laughing. An interesting reason, somehow tied to the case.
Do que está rindo?
The boy stops laughing and looks at his toes. You will never get an answer. That's how it is with these little idiots.
Crianças estúpidas. Pequena Lily é sua irmã?
Yes.
Sim?
Yes.
Só isso? Você está sendo lacônico sobre isso?
Doesn't look like he knows what that means.
Crianças estúpidas. Liliane.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Você parece furiosa por
Look
quê?
at you. You can barely walk.
Eu levei o tiro no pé, foi muito foda. Você teria gostado. Não é nada.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you've got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots
Tá tudo
from
bem.
the town.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
Eu me esquivei de segundo tiro. Eu também posso ser não baleado.
Well, good for you.
Você deveria ver os outros caras, estão todos mortos.
So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
Somos de uma maneira viril, não. A maioria dos policiais são assassinos.
Aye. I bet they are. The good ones, at least.
Tem uma pergunta pra você.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Se chegar naquela ilha,
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
podemos pegar seu barco emprestado?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Sendo com a cabeça atentamente. E se eu quiser agitar?
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
O que há naquela ilha? Vi algum tipo de ruína pelos binóculos.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Você disse que você mesmo não esteve lá. Quem esteve então, se não foi você?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. The kids sometimes go there too.
As crianças?
I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Que crianças?
Twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Algo que eu deveria saber sobre como chegar lá?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to
Tô
enter
doente
from the
demais.
south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Obrigado, vamos usar sua skill pra chegar lá
Please
então.
be conservative with the fuel, will you?
Não tivemos encontro com ela, né? Da outra vez que a gente jogou, a gente teve. Ei, criançada.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone.
Certo, criança. Você já estiver naquela ilha, certo? Sim, aquela. Eu preciso saber como que tem lá.
Nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war. But this could be important.
Espera, você quer dizer cartuchos?
I don't know what these are.
O que então?
They're lights. The fire guy
Ooh.
can ask us to put the fire
The
out.
Fire Guy?
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Alguém mora na ilha?
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Por que ele é o cara do fogo?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Por que ele pede pra você apagar o fogo?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Olha que loucura, velho. Tava aqui o tempo todo, embaixo do nariz, né? Se esse moleque soubesse.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
Você mencionou algo sobre luzes?
I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Mais alguma coisa que você possa me dizer sobre esse cara, idade, ele mora lá?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
Por quê?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
Seu pai costumava ir pra aquela ilha também, não era?
Our father killed himself.
Eita, o meu também.
Don't say that, he didn't.
Seu pai não se
I
matou.
don't know. Doesn't even have anything to do with this, you.
Tem nada a ver.
Fire guy.
The two things are unconnected. Your question didn't make sense.
É só isso que você sabe? Você pode me dizer mais alguma coisa sobre ele?
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Tá bom. Bora. Bem, a gente tem um ponto aqui que a gente pode colocar em sugestão, talvez, né?
Be careful out there. She's calm as death.
Vou nem tentar não, vamos focar.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
Sim.
Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts?
Sim.
Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Você assume o motor aqui. Vou segurar um boombox.
What?
O quê? De que outro modo conseguiríamos estrondar a triste FM no nosso caminho até a ilha?
Fine.
Sad FM.
Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow...
Véi, perfeito o nome, Triste FM.
You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Entre e navega até a ilha. Essa cena é incrível, gente. Vamos só ficar em silêncio. Lindo, né?
The boat comes to a slow stop.
É muito bom
The
esse...
lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
Não sei. Eu tenho uma teoria minha, né? Que a gente, narrativas pós-modernas, a gente tem esse vício em epílogos, né? Assim, tá ligado? Quase todos esses filmes épicos tem um epílogo, assim. Esse epílogo aqui é muito bonito, né?
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Que é tipo assim, né? Ponte improvisada. As bombas foram potentes o bastante para quebrar a fundição. Corrente ferrujada segue para dentro do oceano.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Isso leva ao depósito do fim da Terra.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
Para o que você acha que isso era usado?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Eric diz, acho que isso pode ter a ver com a gente imaginar logo o nosso fim como humanidade, como a única coisa que resta. Acho que o pós-modernismo é meio desesperançoso às vezes. Não, eu acho que é mais uma estrutura narrativa. Eu quis dizer só isso, eu não tô querendo ir tão fundo não, mas assim, pode ser. Eu não duvido que seja não, tipo, olhando do ponto de vista filosófico, psicanalítico.
From enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Mas mais no sentido assim, a gente cansou um pouco dos finais épicos, gloriosos, grandiosos, e sempre tem meio que um epílogo, né, pra explicar as coisas, pra deixar As coisas mais claras. Eu não sei se é bom ou ruim, tá ligado? Mas é bom, o ritmo é uma coisa que a gente tá acostumado. Há um traço persistente de mazuti parando no ar. Tensão inflamável. Óleo de combustível usando barril negro viscoso. Eu acho que, vamos supor, é muito mais... Linda a música, né?
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Que vibração é essa?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Sobe a vibração.
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work.
A oeste.
A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
Ao leste.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand, the low tide filtered through its grains, a bird tending to its feathers.
Edu Dias, acho que é muito bom se bem executado, fica muito bom. Comigo, pelo menos, epílogos traz um sentimento doido, por ser algo que vem depois do fim real. Eu gosto também, mas assim, mas é uma coisa a se refletir, né? Pensando assim, do ponto de vista de jogos, qual jogo que a gente conhece que tem epílogo, que a gente lembra que tem? A maior parte dos jogos, quando tem epílogo, tende a ser uma coisa cansativa, porque o jogo é muito longo. A impressão que eu tenho é essa, né? Tipo, o Nier Automata eu diria que tem um epílogo, que é muito bom, inclusive, né? Tô pensando nos melhores jogos do... por isso que atualmente não tem, mas é porque é um jogo mais antigo também, né? Mass Effect não tem o epílogo. E eu acho que, tipo assim, existe uma segurança em fazer um epílogo também, de certa forma. Nenhum dos Dark Souls tem epílogo. Acabou, né? Só assim, se você faz DLC depois do jogo e tal. Mas eu não costumo fazer. Tô lembrado de outros, não. Geralmente... Eu não sei. Eu acho que eu prefiro final mesmo. Igual que eu tô pensando. Mas esse aqui... mas eu entendo que o epílogo dá uma sensação... meio... agridoce, assim, né? É mais melancólico, geralmente. Tipo, você rodar pelos lugares... Você jogou o jogo e assistiu o filme, né? Sem... Sabe? Eu gosto também desse sentimento. À frente.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Se pensar, o Chrono Trigger tem uma espécie de epílogo, né? Eu gosto quando tipo, você zera o jogo e aí você tem uma parte pra você olhar como é que vai ser o... todo mundo falando no Chrono Trigger é assim, né? Todo mundo falando, pois é, e agora? Tá ligado? É legal. Além disso, mais ao norte.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
José Latino. Sob o silêncio.
Col de Mamadakwa.
Col do Mamadakwa? Quem?
Yes?
Momentarily, the sounds are swept away. Pain shoots up your right foot and into your groin.
Tá silencioso pra cacete nessa ilha.
Is that why we are stopping?
Espero ter que escutar mais uma coisa.
The lieutenant nods.
Ele não passou no teste de miadador ali porque tá doendo pra caralho, né? Simplesmente. Barril diz ICM. Você vai estar de pequenos pontos nela. Pequeno vidreiro do binóculo mirante. Ele está segurando. Não tem como chegar lá em cima. Tem mais coisa pra cá. A gente tem que entrar, né?
ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, o que é ICM?
It's an Indian citizens militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
RCM, somos como RCM. Milícia Cidadania
It
Machado.
does.
Por quê?
The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. It's going to be hard to say them. Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
Nossa. O que estou ouvindo é: nós descendemos do glorioso exército revolucionário?
There were all sorts of groups and groupuscules back then. It doesn't really matter.
Uma estrela branca?
No. An upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Aqueles pontos são estrelas
No,
mesmo?
that's the
Também?
uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Face the Sea. Parece velho. O que ainda está fazendo
After
aqui?
44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this.
É.
Bullets, guns.
Martinez é uma cidade com muita personalidade, né, velho? Muita personalidade. Muita coisa aqui, hein? Deixa eu ver. Este foi uma vez um apoio para armamento. Cuidado, esses escadas colapsaram. Livros, a maioria faz fantastique de ficção histórica. Louças sujas com molho e fogo. Cozinha de
An old
sobrevivente.
cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Pra onde você fez ação conduz?
Downstairs, somewhere?
Que tipo de gerador é
Liquid
esse?
carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
Uhum.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tem um tapa na lateral.
Hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
O que significa o gerador aqui?
I'm not a philosopher.
Quero dizer, por que está aqui?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl.
Sim, sim. Camisa Faune. A gente pode usar tudo do Faune agora, hein? Vamos usar tudo Faune? Olha esse cara. Só faltou gravata Faune que não existe, né? Luva Faune, cadê? Porra, esse é o estilo. E óculos, né?
Oh, glorious Faune. You wear the full set like a true-born hero. The ultimate performance of fun flows in you.
Eu me sinto tão dinâmico.
You are the most ultra of men. Peak performance. Go on. The fucking sunset awaits, Faun Rider. Oh, glorious Faunir.
Eu pareço tão futurístico.
You are next century personified. The synthetic man. Go on.
Ainda vai ter como.
Oh, glorious Faunir.
É como se pudesse fazer qualquer coisa, qualquer coisa.
Untouchable. A god among mere men. Go on. The fucking sun. Oh,
Véi,
glorious.
mas é eterno essa porra. Vai ficar na minha cabeça eternamente.
Oh, glorious Faunir. You are. Go on.
Vai ficar, né? Tomar no cu. Agora uma cena incrível
There's a
também.
greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Tá bom, talvez um cochilinho, só por uma hora.
You face the concrete wall.
Que é muito importante dormir aqui, velho.
In the dark corner, like a dog, you lie there.
Enrole-se com seus joelhos próximos do seu
The
peito.
blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
O último sonho, né? Ele não está mais aqui pra fora, vai pra praia. A porta está aqui fechada. Parece estranho de algum modo. Fala, Jocandinho, bom demais? Desce até as correntes, tem alguma coisa lá. Caminho para dentro da água agora. Você vê as pegadas dela na água? Um pouco mais.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go? This is the holy queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back. Win her back? How does that fit in here? And what is the Holy Suzerain doing here anyway?
Ei.
Hey.
Como você tem passado?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
Eu não ando muito bem.
Don't say that. I know this positive thing sounds stupid to you, Harry, but it works. We all have an obligation to be happy. You too. And you will be. Now.
Ela olha pro sobre o ombro.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Alguma coisa está errada.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
Ela para no meio da sentença, olhando para a direita, e então olha para a própria bolsa.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
Você não tem tempo de cuidar das minhas emoções.
She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Tá bom. Onde você está indo?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1,000,000 kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
O que tem na mala?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents,
Coroa da
the crown of
imortalidade.
immortality.
Coroa da imortalidade, você já não está usando uma?
Oh, this. This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
Anyway.
Você pode ficar por um momento? Precisamos conversar. Nós precisamos ter mais um confronto massivo e épico.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really. We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters.
Triste demais, velho.
It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Ai, então, você tá na frente do vídeo Revachol, né? Que é o lugar que você descobriu a sua... Você tinha uma fita lá e tudo mais, que a gente ligou mais cedo, né? Mas essa não é uma situação muito boa.
It's not. But...
Mas o quê? Me diga exatamente alguma coisa... Me diga que existe alguma coisa boa.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
É isso?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it 1,000,000 times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Vamos pra mim onde? Na porcaria do inferno. Devil Boy Gabriel, muito obrigado pelo Prime. Eu não estou superando nem um pouco. Você está certo. Nem me lembro mais quem é você, haha. Vamos pra mim onde? Eu não estou superando nem um pouco.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like
20 anos, caralho.
It was hard for me too, you know. I used to think I couldn't live without you.
Ela te olha diretamente nos olhos. As íris delas são azuis claros, só picadas de verde.
But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad.
Sim. Vossa Imaculada Dolores Day. Sinto ter deixado triste.
It's okay.
20 anos, isso é muito tempo.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2.
Nossa.
Phew.
Então você se sentiu assim alguma vez? Você não poderia viver sem mim?
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
Não precisa ser desse jeito. Nós poderíamos tentar de novo.
No, Harry. We can't.
Por quê?
We already tried again and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
Que deu errado quando nós tentamos de novo? Eu posso ser melhor.
I don't know. Please.
Por quê? Porque eu não podemos ficar juntos.
Harry, we can't be together because you're insane.
Os olhos dela se transformam em ovais dolorosos.
She avoids turning them to you.
Insano como?
They're turning moist now. Her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown.
O que você quer dizer com insano?
You know what I mean.
No caso de não ter notado, eu sou um tira. Não é um trabalho fácil, como algum tipo de oportunidade, da universidade ou algo assim. Sim, talvez eu saiba o que você quer dizer.
No, you don't. You've worked there for so long, you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you, questions.
Questions? Did someone say question?
É foda porque joga... Por que esse jogo é tão bom, né? Porque todos esses comentários e mecânicas metalinguísticas funcionam por causa do personagem. O personagem, ele pensa desse jeito. Só num... Você é um detetive, né, nesses jogos. Tá entendendo? Você é uma pessoa que tá investigando as coisas. Então, assim... Não é todo mundo que pensa desse jeito nesse mundo, igual você pensa, né? Por isso que faz sentido ter isso aqui, tá entendendo? É muito... ludo narrativo, né, assim. Não são listas, são árvores.
This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now.
Sim, mas não é possível conversar sem árvores.
It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for too long. Until you start giving your thoughts names and talking to things. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man. And you have to be in hell until the end of your life. And I have to go to Morova.
Eu tenho a sensação de que você não é realmente a Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
Você é a lamentação. Eu já te ouvi antes. Você é apenas um sim maligno. Você é esse alguma coisa.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Quem todo mundo?
Everyone.
Literally all of you.
Eu deveria ter ido mais fundo para um lugar onde nunca te encontrei, porque é impossível encontrar pessoas no abismo do vazio. Estou contente por estarmos tendo essa conversa. Estou conseguindo superar muita coisa.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
Sabe o que é descortês? É legal um tenente desses? Não. Legal, seus amigos. Diga olá para seus amigos por mim, então.
I will.
O vento vai se vestindo, sopra vestidos. Sopra o vestido se enrola em volta dela como uma bandeira branca. Você é a lamentação.
The morning? I don't understand.
Não, eu disse lamentação. Estou enlutado. Você não estava nem morto.
Oh my God, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32.
32?
People my age are not supposed to mourn.
Eu já te ouvi antes, você é a voz no telefone.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that.
Fazer o quê?
Call me like that.
You ruined it. There was still a chance. You should have waited longer. She would have called you instead.
Eu sei, você mesmo teria me ligado se eu tivesse deixado. Eu fui muito impaciente.
Oh, Harry, do you really think so? We haven't talked in years. I don't want to call you.
É doloroso, né?
I don't want to hear from you. I think of you less and less every year.
Nossa!
Weeks go by without me remembering you.
Isso dói no fundo do coração, né, bicho?
Months already. Soon it will be years. Every season that passes, the light gets less clear.
Oof.
I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around
A memória, né? A memória eu acho que é...
her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery.
Eric diz, é interessante você achar isso. Agora eu sinto mais liberdade de achar. Essa parte é triste pra caralho. É, porque eu acho, tipo assim, quando você esquece da pessoa... Já qualquer isso tem música, né? Quando você esquece da pessoa, velho, realmente é a morte mesmo.
The death blow is coming.
Isso é melhor você é Dolores Day, rainha soberana dos territórios de Muindi em Sulíndia. E nada mais.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
The tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
Eu te comprei essa estatueta do Cavaleiro Fauno sem cabeça.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
Eu achei que gostasse de estatuetas, eu acreditei que as estatuetas te trariam de volta.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
Mas então as estatuetas não fazem nada?
She looks at the headless Found Rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all? But I thought the historic figure she had.
Ela gostava de jogos de guerra e estatuetas.
Yes, I thought it would be good. A form of communication where words have failed. Yes, it was a good idea. But she felt obliged by the headless Found Rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea was naive.
Aqui tá um dado. Eu tinha um dado customizado feito nesse lugar. Uma área comercial amaldiçoada.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Certo, eu não vou te dar
I
coisas.
didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything.
Tinha tarefa
I
secreta.
would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
Ah, ela teria gostado, né? Você disse que eu tenho uma alma imensa e você sempre retornaria pra ela.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
Na verdade, você não disse, você escreveu a mão em uma carta. Eu aguardei nos meus documentos.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
Como a rainha soberana.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries.
Eu tenho aqui, deixa eu me refrescar essa memória. Vamos dar uma volta. Voltinha pra memórias. Começa a recitar. Não, esse aqui vai ser muito patético, velho. Sabe o que eu quero dizer? Você me deixou uma carta dizendo que sempre voltaria pra mim. Que você não pode acreditar no quão feliz é comigo.
Okay, Harry. Okay. It was morning and you slept. The room smelled of cigarettes and rowans. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. It was autumn. The first one we had together. But you have to understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
Você não pode voltar a ser a pessoa que era. Eu posso ver ela em você, sob o vestido e a grinalda.
And my crown of immortality? No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
Que é realista e muito doloroso também, né?
With mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Apartamentos baratos. Então, um homem rico tomou de mim.
Yes, I have found someone. For whom I can feel the same. A copy of my love for you. Only this time he is careful and rich. He will not lose me. It will go somewhere. It will grow.
Isso que é o curioso também. Dá pra você perceber que ela também é uma pessoa meio... Ainda é uma ingenuidade muito grande, assim, né? É uma pessoa muito pura ainda, né? Mas isso é a sua memória, né? É a sua memória. E a sua memória é mais dolorosa ainda. A sua memória tá construindo ela, né? E é lógico que ia ser muito mais doloroso você ser deixado, né? Você que é pobre ser deixado pra uma pessoa rica, velho.
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny?
Não, isso é muito engraçado. Haha. Sim, você é a parte menos engraçada sobre mim.
I hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you. I hope the decades it takes for you to
Revisada pelo trauma,
have
sim.
already passed.
E agora o que acontece agora? Qual é a próxima coisa sobre a qual conversamos?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome.
Eu vou fazer isso aqui. Não faça isso, gente. Nossa, não faça isso.
Your feet still tremble from the steps you took, as if over an enormous distance, standing against her. Her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me.
Sinto o hálito dela.
Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you.
As bochechas dela contra mim.
Feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries. The world's most precious material, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. You are stealing a touch. It's not yours to take.
Prata fria contra minha testa.
The delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air.
Você não está me beijando de volta.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours.
Isso é a coisa mais triste que existe, velho. Acabou, Harry. Acabou. Não tem como.
Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I felt.
Você é aquela com aroma de goma de mascate da massa.
No, I'm just Dora.
Dora. O nome mais lindo de todos os tempos. Nossa. Por que você não me beijou de volta?
Why did you do that to yourself?
Olha lá.
You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you.
É esse então.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
Ela desliza a mão para o peito e então para o baixo ventre e sorri.
I'm pregnant. You know what this means.
Não é meu.
Of course not. I terminated yours.
Oof.
Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck.
Nossa.
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
More questions. Ask more.
Não. Não vá.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Espere, nós não podemos nos sentar e tomar um café primeiro? Tem um cafeteiro na esquina, pronto para o leste.
No, that would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragic comedy.
Mas eu jurei que não te deixaria ir. Você me disse, você me pediu para ser assim.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Não.
Yes,
Nós vamos nos ver de
I
novo?
won't see you, but you will see me.
Como isso é possível?
Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
Eric diz, mas pelo menos graças a Deus era só a memória dele, imagina se fosse real, tá louco. Mas isso aqui deve ter acontecido, né, de alguma forma, esquisito. Então como vou te ver de novo?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
Mas isso é intolerantemente
Oh
ruim.
yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
E é foda eles segurarem essa cena até o final, né? Tipo assim. Tipo, agora já resolveu tudo. Tem que só...
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Vamos ver a porra do caso.
Are you sure you're okay?
Meu sono
You
foi...
thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound.
Ai, na verdade foi necrolização total, Kim.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
Não, um sonho de ex-esposa.
Lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Vamos fazer um pente fino na ilha inteira, centímetro por centímetro. Esse é o próximo passo na lista de tarefas. Apenas cuspa fora o sangue e volte ao trabalho. Você é fodão desse jeito. Bora.
He's still worried.
Bora, foda-se.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sim, é bastante curioso e incômodo, como ao longo do jogo a gente só tem uns vestígios desse lado dele. Mas acho que o peso não seria tão grande se não fosse um epílogo justo nele. É, tem pistas, né?
Most are soft covers.
É legal que eles resolvem, que eles mostram, assim, mais ou menos o que realmente aconteceu, né? É legal.
This disparate digest includes the classic animal adventures, among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories. You find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Conceitualização divina. Vamos tentar, né? Um teste aqui. Acho que é só isso, né?
Soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories. Not that you can tell. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Nada fora do comum.
It's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say.
Tá bom. Vamos ver se tem outro teste, senão a gente volta aqui fazer isso de novo. Mais 2 de empatia. Esse cachecol é lindo, não? Ó. É, o vermelho é mais bonito, né? Essa grande pote de sangue que deve pesar mais de 10 toneladas. A ferrugem descascando dela.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one, a heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
Aqui está do outro
Another
lado.
part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Como nós abrimos
Maybe
isso?
this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
Está certo, nós abrimos a maior. Você viu o controle em algum lugar?
I think there's a console just southeast.
Sim. Aqui, ó. Espera aí, vamos dar um rolê aqui antes.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock as
Gosto
the
desse
keys
teclado.
rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
Que é isso,
The
então?
console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
Poderia esse painel abrir a porta do tanque?
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Pressione luz
Nothing
interior.
happens.
Deslize o seletor
The
rádio.
dial slides under the glass, silently. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band. An idea lights up in your head.
Talvez nós pudéssemos contratar Suna, programadora. Ela poderia abrir a porta para nós remotamente.
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work.
Como, você tem
No,
certeza?
I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely.
É verdade.
Also, it's ancient.
Vira em
We need
emergência
to
abrir.
restore power before using this, officer. The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside.
The boat engine.
Ou nós poderíamos pegar um pouco do motor do barco?
But officer, then we would have to swim back to the mainland. Let's just look around, okay?
The consul
Beleza.
stands by.
Beleza. Vai te dando um... A água corre baixo, muito abaixo. Fenda de tiro, você não consegue ver dentro. Sem impacto direto para tirar um pedaço tão grande, né? São os três navios de carga, buzinas, na água.
A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in.
Por quê?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, where it has always been, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal.
Mas tá frio.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm
Oof.
inside of her mouth.
Sim, por favor.
Oh, fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week. No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over. In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Balançou sua cabeça. Já está sob pesca, cuidado para não cair outra vez.
achar combustível, né? Eu acho que se você dormir de novo, você vê... Você tem o mesmo sonho, né? Provavelmente. Aonde que acha essa porra?
The skiff is swaying on the water.
Tem como você voltar, eu não sabia. Tem outro lugar que a gente não tá indo, né? Ah, aqui. Esse canto aqui, né? Tem música linda, né? Não? Isso. Dona Peça faz você estremecer. Então você continua. Depois que abastecer essa corrente, se foi há muito tempo na costa.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime.
Sim.
This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Especial no
A
colchão.
single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Peguei da lata.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter.
Tio Motiri, né?
Tio Motiri.
Tio Motiri. Como os que encontramos no fim da Terra.
I may have been wrong when I said it was
Aye.
important.
Yeah.
This means the same person could have visited both locations.
Você lembra que o Império Interior nosso, lá no começo do jogo, falou talvez seja importante essa marca
I
desse
didn't see
cigarro.
any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Você na
There's
parede.
a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Toca concreto
Quite
antes.
old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Olha através do buraco da parede.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
À esquerda.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33A and 33B.
À direita.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Gislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
E entre os dois.
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Filho da puta.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Que com um par de binóculos eu seria capaz de ver dentro do quarto.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger. On a calm day like this.
Kim, eu poderia acertar, eu poderia dar o tiro.
I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Finalmente.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
6 pessoas estão mortas, nós poderíamos ter evitado
Don't
isso.
beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Poderia o atirador ainda estar aqui?
Where?
Nessa ilha?
He does not answer. just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Virar as calças. Falta de combustível. Mapa de diário desgastado. Dormir, saúde, dinheiro. E é foda porque, tipo assim, o jogo ele te faz... Não tem como, né? Se te olha as suas costas, alguém está observando, você não sabe de onde. Realmente não tem como você vir aqui, tá ligado? Antes do tribunal e tudo mais. Seria legal, se tivesse como, seria, mas assim, eu não acho... Eu acho de boa não ter como. Eu acho legal, porque é mais realista, de certa forma, né? Tipo assim... É tipo, véi, as coisas tinham que acontecer desse jeito mesmo.
The lieutenant assists. There's a red starter. The recoil start wakes the old generator.
As coisas tinham que acontecer desse jeito.
Sputters like an old warhorse before settling.
E todo boa história de crime, de investigação, tem um trem assim, tipo, nossa, se eu soubesse disso antes.
That should do it.
Tá ligado? É foda. É por isso que é tão bom, essas coisas são tão boas, né?
Soft covers.
Vou tentar com essa atualização mais um aí.
And detective stories. Animal Adventures. A magazine for electrical engineering. Soft covers. Serialized fantastique and detective. Still nothing.
Nada. Última tentativa.
Soft covers. Serialized fantastique and detective. Oh yes.
Passamos?
There is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Uzia. It's not exactly like reading.
Olha aqui, teoria comunista poderosa, rigorosa e honesta.
Uzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him.
Eric diz, dá pra ver que os caras realmente mergulharam em um universo e trouxeram pra nós. Sim, velho. É perfeito.
Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Os estudantes do prédio de apartamento parecia ter algumas também.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Livro de teoria crítica, o que você acha que isso
Again,
significa?
I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
É também um teste bobo, né? Foda esse jogo. Se dá pra você passar, dá pra você zerar o jogo sem passar em nenhum teste praticamente, né? Assim, os testes certos, pelo menos.
A dim golden glow.
It's on.
Automatic. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you.
Antes do lado de fora, quando nós estávamos andando pela ali, eu senti alguém me
So
observando.
did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
O que tem lá?
I don't know.
Se nós nos metemos em outra
Don't
luta.
worry. I have a gun.
Ande devagar, pode ser perigoso. Pera aí, rapidão.
A dim golden glow. The lighting in the room turns. The dial slides.
Insular.
Liguei a luz. Alguma coisa foi mostrada porque eu liguei a luz? Não, né? Vamos andar devagar, pode ser perigoso. Bode de borracha, está vazio, quebrado. Pequenas flores brancas florescem à sua volta. As flores, né? O ar emite um cheiro doce e assustador de alguma forma.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth. then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Você é o cara do fogo?
What now?
Você mandou
I can't
duas...
hear you.
Você mandou 2 crianças apagarem a fogueira recentemente, 2 gêmeos.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Nossa, cara. Você manteve sua visão.
My eyesight. Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Você fechou a porta estanque?
I did. And you opened it. How?
Eu abasteci o gerador e depois usei o painel.
I should have burned that console down.
Como você sabia que eu estava vindo?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
Ei, você não falou isso, Kim. Não era rock and roll, era sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie.
Uma arma da burguesia.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate. Hip gyrating, mental.
É o que eu comento, né? Tipo assim, quando a galera... galera vai muito... A galera vai tão pra esquerda e tão extremamente pra esquerda que acaba indo pra direita. Tá ligado? Os extremos fascistas e os extremos comunistas, eles têm muito em comum, velho. O que é bizarro. Simplesmente. Você tem uma bela arma aí.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Essa é uma berma grave?
It's a 3-angong 446.
A Samuran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
E dá tapinha no rifle.
If I stay true to him, he can still make it sing.
Comuna e Sinyao?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
Sua arma permaneceu fiel a você. A minha se manteve fiel a mim também. Mostre elas.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck.
Ei.
Have you come to make me one of them?
We have come to ask you questions. Nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Senhor, eu preciso que você baixe essa arma para podermos conversar mais.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
His elbows rest on the frame stock, calmly for now. But he may still get it in his hands. Looks like he knows the weapon.
Eu sou um comandante inimigo com patente, abaixa isso.
The words,
Passei?
I am an enemy commander.
Caraca, foda.
Send cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be?
Tenente duplo e efreitor.
A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army.
Caralho.
To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Ah,
He
mas você abaixou.
stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
O que você
The
disse?
future teaches you to be alone.
Uf.
The present.
Presente.
The present to be afraid and cold.
Essas palavras o futuro te ensina.
Real music. Real proletkult.
Proletkult.
That's la Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat.
of the black and whites. You need to address that remark.
Eu não sou misântropo. Eu sou um oficial de polícia meio morto que só está fazendo seu trabalho.
The job of a shitlicker.
Nossa, que é La
It is
Revolution.
the anthem of the world revolution. One of 3. In Grad, they sang brave children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
La Revolution, eu já ouvi esse nome em algum lugar, em um sonho.
Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it.
Não, não é isso, eu falei com ela.
Talk to her.
Sim, eu tenho esses calafrios mágicos.
It's the drugs you're all on. Druggies, whiners, and whores.
Como é a canção?
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it.
Pega a arma, cai na
His
areia.
gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Expressione-o mais de perto.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
Sem microfone? Alô, alô. Esse usa? Munição encamisada?
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
Ele foi remendado e modificado diversas
I wonder
vezes.
how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just...
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
Aham.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanty Shanty. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response? Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Quem é você?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross. Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war.
Boa noite, Matos.
This is my termless surrender.
Seus olhos se voltam para o junco de novo, mortos e
The
baixos.
commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orion, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Você está nessa ilha há 43 anos?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
O cara ainda tá lutando na guerra, né? De novo, você ficou escondido aqui por 43 anos?
43 years and 10 months.
Esquece, obstinado.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
Você não podia desistir.
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Sim.
Always waiting.
Pelo quê?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Eu vim de lá, forte para construir. Posso te garantir que isso não é o que as pessoas estão planejando. Estive lá, a cidade é um barril de pobre. Talvez ainda aconteça. Não, a cidade é um barril de pobre. Talvez ainda aconteça. Não, eu vim de lá.
I am not a fool. I know. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind.
Nossa, esse cara é muito true,
The
né?
historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore. However hard I try, whatever I do.
Você disse que desertou de sua unidade?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse de fé?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
Pra quê?
For reaction to take hold.
Que é a reação?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
Não foi reação, você só está com medo.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
He is still not convinced of his safety. You should not be either.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Magia negra?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
Você não foi pra sala de mapas?
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
Viu o quê?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love, all the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
Sabe o quê?
That the bourgeois are not human.
Eu sempre suspeitei do mesmo.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop
Burguesia,
anymore.
velho. Que lugar é esse, essa ilha?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
Era usado pra quê?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II
Congenitamente deformado.
built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in 02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
Isso quer dizer o desembarque, a retomada de Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Primeiro, eu não sou
Sure
deles.
you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people
Assassinos, eu sei o que quer dizer.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
Como você sobreviveu por todo
How
esse
does
tempo?
anyone survive? I steal
O que você rouba?
supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stew, too.
Nossa.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
Isso é situação séria, você precisa ser examinado e nós podemos fazer isso.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
Ô, Gabriel, muito obrigado pelos 25 meses, primo. Valeu demais. Como você lidou mentalmente.
I have holes in my
Valeu demais.
years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
Eu também vivo no inferno.
At least you know it. The traders of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins, glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Nossa.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Você se escondeu todos esses anos?
It was hard.
Como você se escondeu todos esses anos?
I didn't have partisan training. They were
Esse é o
searching
tal
for
protagonista de Escalice? Gabriel pergunta.
Bloodhound.
É ele mesmo.
Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead.
Como você ia daqui até o
At
continente?
night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
E você não simplesmente entra caminhando lá?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
Nossa, é doideira, né?
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Aham. Esquadrilha de armas sob 100 de Slane 22B. No porão, você esteve lá?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
Estava.
Useless now. Rusted away.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
Wait, how did he get down there?
Como você entrava no prédio? Está trancado, ao menos agora está.
I didn't have to. Came in through the storm drains.
Storm drains?
There used to be a system that connected the bunkers, tunnels and such, under the church and everywhere. Most of them are gone now, collapsed, just bricks. All the old infrastructure has...
Aham. Há pequeno abrigo sobre o prédio Feld, você ficou lá?
Propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Eita, caralho. Se
A
mataram?
lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
Mas eu pergunto, você fuma cigarro estilo motiri?
I do.
Já os fumou no continente?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
Você diz que essa é sua rendição incondicional.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. A so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Nós não somos empregados da coalizão, nós só tentamos ajudar as pessoas.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Caralho.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
Os comunistas assinaram o termo revacholiano de redição.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Véi, olha que doideira esse
Is that
cara,
part
velho.
of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Isso é insano, velho.
You're insane. Radio shows, speed racing, sporting goods. None of it is real.
Que feio. 7. Então você é um soldado comunista do exército comunista.
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party.
Olha que loucura. Você disse que foi treinado designado ao corpo de defesa.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Mas o partido, ele não... como é que explica, né? O partido, ele não... Espera, o que um comissário político faz?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology
Ah,
of the
sim.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology, he was like a cleric, a shepherd.
Então você era algo como clérigo?
No, the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
Isso quer dizer que você é um comunista treinado, não é?
He nods slowly, then another tremor.
Não sou muito político. Caralho, eu sou tudo de política. 8. Tem outra pergunta importante pra você.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
Pra que você andou usando essa arma?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for.
É.
You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property.
Oof.
I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
The class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay, okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
Mas o quê?
this is what you live for. This is the shit.
The shit.
The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No, no. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you.
Luquitos, muito obrigado pelo Prime. Você tá falando, Vitão, faça show na cidade onde você mora agora. Vou fazer, ué.
Lembrei de dar.
Tá marcado, gente. Tá marcado o show, ué. Só olhar no site lá. Você está dizendo que quem matou as pessoas depois da luta ter acabado, você usou essa arma pra tirar. Eu sei que você quer me dizer. Você matou alguém com aquela arma 1 ou 2 semanas.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Você usou essa arma pra atirar e matar um coronel da empreiteira de segurança Crenel.
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Do it, sire. Cadáver na armadura de cerâmica pendurado atrás do William Rex. Você tirou nele. Soldado de esquadrão de morte fascista tomou uma bala na boca na noite de 4 de março. O nome dele é Elis Cortané. Ele era parte da equipe de segurança aqui. Um homem belo e forte enviado pra cá pelo Rosa... Não. Você sabe de quem eu tô falando, rapaz. O soldado de esquadrão de morte fascista tomou uma bala na boca na noite de 4 de março.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun, the murder weapon, is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
Você é um comunista. Eu falei com o homem morto. Ele me contou que o comunismo matou. Sim.
Stupid twat.
The lieutenant looks at you with worry.
Mas ele falou. O comunismo matou ele.
This, he seems to say. Anything but this.
Sim, eu tive uma reunião mediúnica com a alma dele. Ele me mostrou o caminho. E o caminho conduziria até você. Você errou como oficial da polícia errado. Eu tenho habilidades paranaturais. Foi uma intuição. Se ele falasse, teria dito que o comunismo matou.
Matter does not behave in such a way.
Tudo é da cor do burguesia, né?
Magic earl creatures. Esoteric theosophy. It's all crypto-fascism. Your brain is rotting from the radio waves.
He does not answer the provocation. It does not look like he thinks this approach worked. But still, somehow you knew it was a communist.
Como?
Perhaps you suspected it before you took the case.
Será?
The vision was you remembering that.
Mas isso não fez nada.
Was it supposed to?
É, as coisas têm que fazer coisas. Então procurarei mais profundamente.
The inland sea is dark, vast, and on the surface, meaningless.
Standing there, slack-jawed, brain festering.
Qual é? O que eu estou esquecendo? Não. Eu não preciso dessa cooperação, eu tenho isso. Mostra ele triatong.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around.
Nossa, esse cara é muito... É tipo assim... Ele é muito mal-humorado, chato pra caralho, né, velho? Tudo ele tá certo e a gente tá errado. Tudo.
Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay.
So what?
Don't let it divert you.
Sim. Para de mudar de assunto, nós temos a arma do crime.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Pergunta, você acha que nós temos a arma do crime?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
Eu vou reportar, nós temos a arma do crime.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Sim.
Murder.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
Nós fizemos a perícia balística, o tiro veio dessa ilha.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You have been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
Disse fascists. Você tá admitindo que o matou?
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad.
Qual é? O que estou esquecendo?
Wait, here it comes.
Ai, sim. A gente pegou os lírios. Sim.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here.
Isso é muito foda, essa linha, esse caminho aí. É só você conseguir pegar a flor mesmo, eu acho. Você consegue ir pra esse canto aí. Que é foda isso também.
Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints of dust in the secret space behind Classia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up.
Claro, obrigado, cabeça, obrigado.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
Eu me pergunto, qual a marca das botas que você está calçando?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Huh.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Cordobe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Espera, talvez seja mais simples que isso.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Pessoas trocam de sapatos, isso não significa que você não esteve lá, se esgueirando próximo ao quarto onde a vítima morreu.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
Véi, qualquer pessoa que morrer, meu amigo.
The lieutenant gives you
Eu queria estar lá pra conversar com esse cara.
And nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Havia lírios do vale atrás da janela da vítima. Mostra a flor seca.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
Por que você fala assim dos lírios, velho? Sendo que, né, você tá sentindo isso.
So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
Eu não vi essas flores em nenhum outro lugar em Martinez, só aqui.
They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it. The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
Olha esse véi.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
I may? Tá morando em aluguel em Maceió, Vitão? Aham, pagando aluguel. Aqui, dividindo com Alcir. Gente boa demais. Uma jovem chamada Clasier. Sou familiar? As flores secas estão atrás da janela dela.
Clasier.
Clasier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Sim, Clasier. Você não tinha escutado o nome dela, tinha?
My ears don't reach the city.
Você conhece, não é? Ela tinha relações íntimas com a vítima, o mercenário.
With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
Gabriel diz: não sei, esse maluco deve ser do PCO, um comunista reacionário. Ai, que dizer?
You know who he was.
Acho que não, velho.
Trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood.
Ele era um assassino, mas ele ainda estava sob proteção da lei.
Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
Oof.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
É, mas ele tem um pouco de razão às vezes, né, filho da puta.
Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Tá bom, então você atirou nele.
Oh, the inhumanity.
Oh, the inhumanity.
One paramilitary less in Revachol.
Você quase pode vê-lo tirar uma lágrima dos próprios olhos. Os punhos começam a tremer de raiva.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Apenas acene.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
Ele começa a sorrir.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Então?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
Ele dá de ombros, então estala os lábios.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Por que você estava os observando aquela noite?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
Você puxa o gatilho?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You've got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
O que especificamente você não gostou de ver na noite do assassinato?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
Você está com ciúme?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
For him to stop reacting to stimuli, to be broken off from the world, cordoned into darkness.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. The caliber of bullet he used does not do that kind of damage.
Quanto tempo você tem observado?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
O que você acha que ela escondeu lá?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Essa é a boia escondida da qual ela nos falou. Você olhou dentro?
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
No. Why would I do that?
Ela pegou.
I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Claudia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Sim. Você tem certeza? Nós chegamos primeiro, senão não havia nada lá.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
Você viu o nome dela no passaporte, mas antes, quando eu disse que o nome dela é Cláudia, você parece não reconhecer.
You didn't say Claudia in there.
Qual ele dizia ser o nome do passaporte?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Seguindo em frente, você continuou a observar depois disso?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you.
Como você viu tudo isso? Os machucados que ela fez mancada?
I'm not blind, am I?
Como ele sabe desses minúsculos detalhes sobre o corpo dela?
It quickly comes to you.
Os machucados no corpo dela, tem alguma chance de você ter visto através do buraco da parede?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife.
Como é que esse cara conseguiu entrar e subir lá no...
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Já viu através da janela no telhado?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
Você passou pela rota secreta atrás do Whirling Rags. Aquelas eram suas pegadas lá. Você só trocou de calçados.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
E isso também.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works.
Who?
You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union box window.
Você tinha sentimentos para aquela mulher?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water.
Doideira, né?
Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Houveram outras?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Foi esse o porquê de deixar as flores secas atrás da janela dela?
No.
Por que então?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
Quando foi isso?
The day after I killed him.
Você levou os livros para ela?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there to leave the flowers.
Alguma coisa colocou o pensamento em você. Uma compulsão.
What do you mean, put?
A brief flash of terror.
Só tem uma sensação pelo que você disse, você concorda?
Maybe. I told you. I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
O ruim não era sobre ele, era sobre ela.
Her.
Dá um tremor no canto dos
You
olhos.
hear a low frequency hiss, barely, beneath the audible spectrum. Then it's gone. The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
Ela fugiu, nós não sabemos onde ela está. Ela escapou, mas nos trouxe até aqui primeiro. Ela descobriu que alguém a estava observando do forte.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Então, o que acontece se você prender ela? Como é que você... Ela te fala?
On a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, made of grey cinder block houses with Eternite roofs. 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. He's there, doing what exactly I don't know. Satellite Officer Vitmere points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft...
Os caras da polícia vindo, né?
That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place where, as the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten
Encontrou o
tooth
Heidelstein, né?
rising out of the water.
Heidelstein.
Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years?
Estava vendo alguma outra coisa que não gostou?
Tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put, put, put of hatred.
Mais especificamente?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
Por quê?
Because of the racists. Everyone's a racist.
É verdade. Tem muito racista nessa porra dessa cidade.
Favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and radio revachol.
O racismo, ele infelizmente não faz, né, juízo de classe, tipo, ele não faz, não... É bizarro, isso que eu acho mais bizarro, como é que nas camadas mais pobres ainda tem muito racismo, sabe? É uma coisa que você espera que fosse uma coisa totalmente burguesa e sabe?
Yes,
Sr. Claire.
The fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Algo mais?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins.
É foda.
In tents, like animals. Like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Cara, eu odeio todo mundo, velho. Isso é tudo?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips.
Ah, Joyce.
The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the
Ele não está enganado, não está completamente errado, não.
to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell is now dead.
Apenas assim.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
Nossa. Que segue são resmungos ameaçadores. Você não consegue entender uma só palavra.
Disco whores are too much.
É.
Hatred shuts down his brain's language
Caralho.
center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating. And the Cyprian on her yacht? Joyce? Probably. Boom boom morons on thin ice. Going under. Those are the tent kids.
Putas, disco. Cara, não consegue nem falar. E havia alguma coisa sobre estátua na rotatória?
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
Abominação?
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on
Véi,
wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb. And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years.
Loucura.
We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues too. Hundreds of them.
Mas ela ainda está lá.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Porque o rei é sagrado e as estátuas deles indestinos, né? Faço ironicamente. Que almofadinhas publicitários cínicos ergueram uma versão desconstruída dela.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again. Art is a bourgeois establishment.
Oof.
It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
É um pouco verdade. A arte é uma instituição burguesa, de certa forma.
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. The statue had been shot. That was him. Wait, it suddenly strikes you. Perhaps it was not as it seemed.
Foi você atirou na estátua, viu um buraco de bala no coração dele.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deformed monster of liberal capitalism. Shameful, really.
Yes, shameful. So many others to punish over the years. Isn't that right, detective?
Na verdade, não foi bem uma desconstrução, mas capturado no momento da explosão.
What are you talking about?
Ai, não é mais um monumento ao Filipe III, é um monumento ao monumento de Filipe III explodindo.
What is this madness?
The lieutenant, too, has cocked his head.
Não é loucura. É um monumento às suas ações, ao seu programa de desestadualizar Revachol.
So you're saying it's
É.
communist monument?
De certa forma, é.
Not only.
Sim, além disso, as pessoas da agência do projeto são esquerdistas também. Elas normalmente são.
We did always have the prettiest posters.
É.
Maybe
Maybe you're right.
That is how dialectics work. But understand this. Art is still a bourgeois institution.
Sim.
And they all should still be sent to Yekokata.
Típica perfídia da extrema esquerda reprimindo seus pares.
It is commonplace to relocate the workforce according to the needs of the land. All nations do it. It's called settlement. Browbeating from the bourgeois art fascists.
Isso é tudo sobre Estado, então.
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it too. Shared with the law.
Accusations of corruption. Push them aside with a sharp change of topic, officer. Put the heat on him. He keeps having opinions about the union's leadership.
Os idiotas bumbum no gelo.
They were boom imbeciles. At least they're not there anymore. What more is there to say? They're duped by bourgeois culture. I've seen their kind pop up, like worms after the rain.
Oh, there's plenty to say, hardcore man.
Eu sou um hardcore. Batidas regressivas assim, tá? As batidas ainda tem um longo caminho pela frente. Batidas revolucionárias, boas, tradicionais, nem um pouco estúpidas. Sabe, aquelas batidas são na verdade bastante progressivas.
I don't think now is the time for this.
Não, sempre. To no avail.
Violent bourgeois language. Even music is a form of homicidal competition.
Caralho, ele falou umas frases muito fortes, velho. A sucriana ensopada de sangue no barco dela. O que é um sucriano?
A sucrian, a bloodsucker, the rich whore on our boat.
Ah, vocês referem a Joyce.
Women like her feed on the life energy of young working class men, and they let her.
Oof.
I can't believe the inert lumpen out there. They just let her drive her little boat like that. No violence, not even a robbery. The working class has lost their appetite for justice.
Uff.
If only he had the ammunition.
Por galo desfilando o nome, você se referiu a René.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing
Ele morreu.
Ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game.
Olha lá.
That is not
tudo, nada é...
Nossa, bicho. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petanque maniac, race traitor.
Apenas assim.
I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Não há ninguém lá.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Truss. Shoot me.
Você gostaria de matá-lo?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon. That one. A real
Esse cara, velho.
For the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, René. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
René está morto, ele morreu de velhice há alguns dias. Sim.
I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Truss. I understand you knew him for a long time.
34 anos, velho.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
Você teve milhares de chances de matá-lo.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same You try to think of something else, but no, it's just hatred.
Se importava com ele.
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
Sinto muito.
Fuck you.
Mas vai continuar então.
I haven't seen people die. It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
Colonizar o pálido, caralho.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure. An idea told to him by grown-ups from radio towers and leaflets in beautiful print when he was still a teenager. Everything is possible if we fight. And then he lost it. So did they all.
Tá bom, sou feliz de ter falado sobre
We
isso.
talked about what?
Eu posso upar uma vez? Eu tenho 4 pontos, caralho.
What strikes you about this
bora.
old man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild,
Ele está surpreendentemente bem.
indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animado? Pelo quê?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Demência?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Temperamento desagradável não seria subproduto da vida dele?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns.
Parece uma coisa ideológica, né?
Forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Seu Dross, você está bem? Como está sua memória?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
Yosef Lilianovich Dross. Você está preso pelo assassinato de Ellis Cortaner.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Quem ele está com medo?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
Ele ficou 34 anos aqui, velho. Nossa.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
Ele tem espaço para 3. Ele tem espaço para 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here. But
then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Quem vai vigiá-lo enquanto eu volto para te buscar?
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Something is happening. Stop. Lillian. You could ask her, maybe.
Véi, tem que passar nesse teste, pelo amor de Deus.
There it is again.
Bora.
To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it.
O quê?
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings.
Essa parte é foda, né, Jovem?
A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Shilkin, você ouviu aquilo?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Bicho do céu, velho.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Simplesmente o Fasmídio insolidiano. Pisque.
It's still there. An unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering.
Vocês tinham esquecido? O que é aquilo? Aponte pra coisa.
What are you talking about?
Velho, olha para os juncos e então pra você. O bicho-pau gigante.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over
Ele...
3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
É muito foda, velho. Que tipo assim, era a última coisa que não tinha amarrado, né? É perfeito, velho. Ah, sim, eu vejo.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reed.
Kim, você pode vê-lo? Ei, Kim.
4 simple words. Thank God. If you can see
Que thank God.
then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Vou salvar aqui. Ah, teve um salvamento automático, né? Muito foda isso aqui, velho. Isso aqui é a cereja do bolo. Tipo assim, já tava ótimo. Isso aqui é só pra...
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs.
É um prêmio pra você que jogou o jogo todo. Toma.
Like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no
É um presente.
tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Ouça cuidadosamente.
Be afraid. You smell wrong.
Sussurre. Esse é o Fasmídio insolidiano.
It is.
Ai, velho. O tenente sussurra atrás de você. Você ouve o ruído familiar da jaqueta se abrindo, vagarosamente, meticulosamente.
Glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera.
Sim.
No. The flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Kim, flash é barulhento. Ele não vai gostar disso. Tem certeza que não vai assustá-lo?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Pare. Deixa eu me aproximar primeiro.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
Para onde mexer com a cama? Mais luz abaixo.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the phasmid turn to him. Its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick.
Só me escute. Só me escute, Kim.
Shh. Okay.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly.
Diga alguma coisa pra ele, suavemente. Alguma coisa como... Não tenha medo. Ei.
The creature tilts its tiny head to the side and appears to look at you. It is incredibly light, like the slightest gust of wind should blow it away. But it doesn't. There is a sadness in there. Or is it in you? From the dream?
Eletroquímica.
Still with you. The pitiful hey you told her.
É.
Even now.
Véi, a gente tem que passar nessa teste, véi. Experiência de infância da Lena. Seu cadáver será marcado por estrelas. Colocou o feromônio abundantemente. A gente colocou muito feromônio, né? Quando o cara, o marido da Lena. 97, bora lá. Passamos, porra.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows.
Boa noite, Kugokan.
Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Erga sua mão lentamente.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence.
Ah, erga outra mão também.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
Isso mesmo, ore. Não ore por mim, eu não sou nada.
The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints.
Olá, eu sou Harry. Eu não sei realmente quem eu sou.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Fique na ponta dos seus pés e olhe mais de perto.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before. Like burnt roses.
Like burnt roses, caralho. Coloque seus saltos de volta no chão.
The invertebrate stops, raising its side-like arms and tilting its tiny head.
Caralho!
From the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen. Then it nudges back into motion with a click.
Me diga, o que você está fazendo? Falou com o enforcado, não desistiu do fasmídio, sabe da partenogênese. Véi, é basicamente o jogo. O jogo te dando um prêmio mesmo por você ter feito, né, investigado tudo. Bora lá. Oh, caralho! Eu existo também.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Fogo queimando.
Fire? Where?
Dentro.
I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph, like sap from a one palm. Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit
Véi, que loucura, bicho.
a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist,
Invadida pelo quê?
shapes of plants and animals, and
Ele é mó
internal
bonzinho.
sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms, all speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul.
Não.
And if I did, it would never burn.
Você é o tipo de animal que eu gostaria de ser. Eu sou grato por ser eu. Não. Que merda você tá acontecendo comigo, cara? Você é o tipo de animal que eu gostaria de ser.
Are you sure?
Sim, eu tenho certeza. Por que você pergunta?
Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna.
Isso é maneiro.
No,
The leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
Ele tem as próprias lutas, né? Cada um com suas lutas, né? Mas você não tem um pé ali agora.
Yes. Thankfully someone ate it.
Someone ate it.
The next time I molded, I couldn't attend on again.
Eu sou um
So
detetive.
am I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Isso também, estranhamente. O assassino.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not.
Que?
I only quicken his deterioration.
Você está destruindo ele?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their head.
Que loucura.
But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Isso é um sonho que está acontecendo.
You are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
De onde vem isso? Tudo isso, a nossa volta ao mundo?
Not even the birds know that.
Nem mesmo os
Not even
pássaros.
the water lily.
Nós precisamos saber, talvez tenha sido enviado por um Deus.
I think we should eat it. It is a leaf. You can put it in your mouth. Or read. Yum yum.
Nham nham.
Wait, so...
Então você se parece com um junco e come junco?
Yes, they don't mind.
Você acidentalmente comeu outro faz-me. Você acidentalmente comeu outro faz-me de juncal?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little one.
Véi do céu.
It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
O que exatamente é você?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmalia.
Véi, vai explicando.
Belong to the Insulandia Insula.
Em termos
The last
técnicos e
350
científicos.
years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and officials of the occupation. Even the Seminoles Islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through full forms of government.
Duas evoluções científicas.
Scientific revolutions.
Que bom que você sabe.
Until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia
Ai.
rebel shop.
Você tá falando do futuro?
March 51.
Isso é insano.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile senior
É verdade. É verdade.
you
É-
to the planet.
Tem um ponto, sim.
The pale too came with you.
No
one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Espere, o pálido é criação humana?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you,
A sombra
eating
nervosa.
away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
É alguma coisa da mente mesmo, né? Eu não tenho esse tipo de poder.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Como?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing.
Essa história é doideira, né? Se colocar em perspectiva.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Pior como?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day? Or just forget?
Caralho. Véi, doideira, velho. Eu sempre pensei dessa forma?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
Mas eu quero piscar e desfazer 12 bilhões de anos de expansão material.
Simian Butcher. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that.
None of this ever existed.
Caralho, olha isso, que loucura. Olha isso. Logo, um de vocês vai fechar os olhos e abri-los pra ver que nada disso jamais existiu. Caralho, é tão profundo, tão bonito e tão assustador ao mesmo tempo tudo, né? É a gente. A gente vai morrer um dia e descobrir que... vai fechar os olhos pra sempre e descobrir que isso aqui foi só um jogo, velho. E também... ai, tantas coisas, né? Tantos sentimentos. Assim como o personagem um dia vai morrer e vai ver... e não vai existir mais nada, né? Kim, eu estou tendo uma convulsão epilética violenta?
It doesn't look like that, no.
Com que isso parece?
You're just staring at it.
Então eu acho que estou tendo uma visão sobre o destino final da humanidade.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Tipo isso.
I think we should take a picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
Eu tenho que me despedir agora. Eu não tenho mais pensamentos, isso foi tudo.
No, there is one more.
De todas as criaturas que encontrei, você é a mais bondosa. De todas as criaturas que encontrei, você é a mais bela, mais bondosa.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward.
Sim, faz vídeo. Eu te amo. Por favor. Muito obrigado, eu te amo demais. Véi, você falou tudo que eu precisava de ouvir. Ai, véi, lindo, véi, lindo. Eu vou.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Certo que tira foto. Lindo, né, véi? Acabar com esse jeito aqui, véi. Faço isso pelo proletariado. Certo que tira foto.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It
Boa noite,
remains
Xaduíche, boa noite.
fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant. Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you.
I got it.
Você ouve o tenente sussurrar enquanto a forma da criatura se revela no papel fotográfico da mão dele. Um fantasma policromático de riscos brancos contra os juncos e o céu. E você é uma sombra em frente a ele. E é legal o céu, né? Tipo assim, não é só a arte do jogo que é desse jeito, né? Parece que o mundo deles é assim mesmo, velho.
Immortalized for all time.
Lentamente estica a mão e toque nas suíças da criatura. Cuidadosamente acaricia o antebraço em forma de foice. Suíças, lentamente.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the kiting curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Uma jovem madre silva, caralho.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Olhe para o dedo.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lamba seu dedo.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointed from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Cuidadosamente acaricia o antebraço em forma de
The
foice.
limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning!
Puxa a mão.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor.
Nós conseguimos.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion.
Obrigado, Fazmid.
Even the small black pearls of its eyes.
Eu precisava de tudo isso que você me disse.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Lindo demais. Essa parte da família do dia só, velho, é perfeito. Esse final é muito bom mesmo.
Just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Ele pode andar sobre a água?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only I've never seen anything like that in my life.
O que é aquilo nos jogos?
Looks like a nest of some sort.
E agora?
What now? In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Capacete Farewell T500, mira telescópica T500.
Brother, you've managed to collect all the armor
Sim.
pieces. Too bad it's too late.
Aham. Não acho que esse elmo teria me ajudado de qualquer maneira. Olha para o ferimento.
It would have looked very impressive.
Ó, ganhei o
Still,
achievement.
You found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. Few cops are this futuristic.
Ao menos agora eu sou verdadeiramente invencível. Evidência, passaporte de Clage. Que foda, velho.
This passport, issued by the sovereign.
Véi, foi o Fazmid que pegou, velho.
Is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazier.
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
Olha a foto.
It's Clausia, with short black hair.
Fiquei falando que ela que pegou, né? Não foi ela.
She's boyish, younger somehow. An old photo. Before life came and did what it does.
Que isso está fazendo no ninho de Fazmid?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Eu acho que o Fazmid pegou.
Like a magpie? What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island. And the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
Talvez fosse só curioso, como povo.
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point.
Katarzyna Alazier.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Katarzyna Alazier was supposed to be her real name, where Clausia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you.
I told you
She's
she kept
probably
lying to you.
to someone else right now, in another city.
Ela mentiu pra nós.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us. One more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
Tenente sorri. Então qual é o verdadeiro nome dela?
No, but it's not Katarzyna Alazier, or Classier, or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Sim.
What is it? What do you want from me?
Vamos, meu amigo.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Senhor, como você poderia não ver o Fazmid?
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
Está seu dedo debaixo do nariz dele.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
O que aconteceu com esse
Old
homem?
age and shock.
Eu acho que é o Fazmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Fazmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
Antes, quando nós analisamos o estado dele, ele parecia estar extremamente animado. Será que poderia haver alguma coisa hormonal no relacionamento dele com o Phasmid?
You mean pheromone?
Ele parece um pouco deslocado para a idade, fogoso demais.
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania. I see what you mean.
Antes, quando nós analisamos o estado dele, ele parecia extremamente
He
animado.
was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or
Aham,
medication,
sim. Talvez essa animação seja induzida por algo do
It does not
Phasmid.
seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
Ele não conseguia vê-lo, Kim. É simplesmente um junco
Could
pra
be
ele.
part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here.
No response.
Talvez seja assim que o Phasmid se manteve escondido por todos esses
Then
anos.
how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time?
Sim.
Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Sim, você esquece que está lá.
Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better
Eu falei com o
medical
Phasmid.
personnel than
Ele disse que estava
57.
destruindo
You
o
should be
velho.
more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Talvez, de qualquer forma, ele está apenas tentando se manter oculto. A degradação é efeito
A
colateral.
valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching a non-citizen.
Sim, sim. Ele está aqui há muito tempo. Quem sabe quanto desse tempo em companhia daquela
He did
coisa.
seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe.
Ou talvez,
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
Nós encontramos algumas coisas no ninho dos Phasmid,
He
seu Dross.
stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him.
Mostra ele o passaporte
No
australiense.
reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirits.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply.
Try something else?
Well,
Nothing.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
mostrar ele a mira telescópica.
I lost.
Você perdeu?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
Vou deixar você descansar agora, Sr.
The
Dross.
plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Vamos ver essa porra dessa roupa top aí agora, a última. Oh, a roupa ficou brutal, fala sério, não ficou não? Não tinha calça não, né? É, não tinha. Só isso mesmo. Esse é o nosso estilo agora. Cara, essa jaqueta tá top também. Essa jaqueta tá top também. Vai, travei? Ah, não, aqui é possível. Pera aí, não vou ficar com essa roupa feia, não. Vamos colocar roupa estilosa, né? Pronto, agora sim.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head.
Que boa
and your
pose.
mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory.
Essa é a Moshanka, certo? Bata o chapéu.
Kaz Mazov would have worn this Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrades.
Sim.
Whether you like it or not.
Sim.
The skiff is...
We are done here.
Tudo resolvido.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless
Meus
beach,
amigos de trabalho.
looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in.
Eita.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Ei,
Whatever
respeito.
this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
Esquece isso tudo. Tem um gigantesco.
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Armadura? Ninguém me apareceu se acomodar com ela.
Really? They don't seem bothered by it. That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
É, eu sou um policial usando um maldito esqueleto.
Are you still a cop? There's so much
Jean.
disco going on, it's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
Quem são vocês?
I'm Trent Heilerstein.
Aí,
I
ó.
believe we've met on several occasions.
Olha ele aí.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify his own actions.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant.
Garoto.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Não, Kim, você tem que me cobrir aqui. Vamos destruir eles.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to perform.
O que vocês
We
querem?
want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself?
Esse parceiro é figura, velho.
What does he
Ele tava com o
have to say
cabelo,
for
né?
himself?
Louro.
He left you to catch the bullets. Shit, kid. What an interesting moniker.
O que é um cagalhão?
You. Shit, kid. That's you.
Ei.
Maybe you've deserved it.
Como você sabia que eu estava aqui?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Eu só vi o estabelecimento dele e ainda assim ele me trai?
Strange. He didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant aerograffito in front of the building, mixed with blood.
E não, foi esse delinquente júnior aqui, ó.
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it.
Você não é homem de óculos de sol de jeito nenhum, você nem mesmo é loiro.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Na verdade, eu suspeitei que algo estava errado.
Did you? Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force?
Você nunca me contou que você é a mulher e o cara de cavalo, pode pra ela.
Lieutenant, my name is not Horse-Faced Woman. It's Judith Minot. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
Nós ainda somos amigos, só tem uma cabeça idiota.
Because you're my commanding officer, I really want to respect you.
Resolver tudo, né, Harry? Tem que voltar pro mundo real.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate
sensitivity training. Então Trent Reznor, no fim das contas, era consultor especial Trent Reznor.
Yes, I'm Trent Reznor.
Qual o lance com aquela criança, então?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
Ah, é? E o que era aquilo tudo de história interessante? Tava me espionando.
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
Então o que você está consultando especialmente aqui?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
He's smart, let's move on. Enganar de novo, ninguém é quem diz ser.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Jardineira, líder pelego, isso. Diga que pelo menos você é quem diz que era.
Yes, I'm still King Kusuragi. Still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Ah, tá. Obrigado.
Still caught up in this crossfire.
Você mencionou uma força-tarefa?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicamar. Ring any bells?
Refresca minha memória, quem mais tá nisso?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trond fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume baby.
I'm technically just a civilian.
Oh, Trent.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Primeiro, quem é Guilherme Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Tudo bem, então que unidade faz?
Do. It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse. Or what remains of it. Hand-picked. Hand-lost.
Escolhidos à mão, perdidos à mão.
41st isn't...
nem fala, desanima, né, sem votar. Onde você esteve esse tempo todo? Houve um tribunal mercenário.
Damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Ai, véi. Fuck everything. Espera, então você me deixou enfrentar um esquadrão de assassinos treinados sozinho só pra me dar uma lição?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Tudo vai queimar, oficial satélite. Tudo vai queimar, não se engane quanto a isso.
Here we go. Alcoholic delirium. Visions. All must pay.
Nada disso sou familiar.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia. Episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, Pell, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically.
Espera, socioeconomicamente você acha que eu estou tão pouco que eu perdi a memória?
Not when you phrase it like that. But I don't think critical theory. I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
Esquerda da miçanga.
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking Verrede for school here. But Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened?
Bebi tanto que perdi minha memória. Eu inventei tudo. Era uma fantasia, uma piada estúpida. Eu sei o que eu sou. Pode ter acontecido alguma coisa a ver com a anomalia na igreja, um buraco de 2 milímetros do mundo. Eu sou um detetive altamente experimental. Esse foi o meu método que eu usei para resolver o caso. Algo tão triste aconteceu comigo que eu não conseguia mais ser eu mesmo. Foi um mecanismo de defesa. Acho que é isso. O capitalismo me fodeu. Acho que é isso.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been.
Caso resolvido.
I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
Eu já?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the 2 drunks case.
Nossa, essa história dos 2 bêbados é muito triste, né? A gente viu aqui.
So you don't remember not remembering.
Beautiful.
The 2 cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the next world mural. Those were recent.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in?
Olha aí.
What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input.
E em defesa do Harry, né? Quem nunca se sentiu assim às vezes, né? Com vontade de começar de novo e sendo esmagado pelo mundo, né?
Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership, now.
Eu estou pronto para liderar de novo.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
E agora?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Eles fiquem parados.
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Sério?
No. Now we
No.
discuss that. What the fuck did you do?
Ixi, caralho.
Why is it there, Harry?
Foi roubado por Jacob World. Aqui não foi eu, foi roubado. Eu dirigi ele para dentro do oceano quando eu estava bêbado. A hora vai chegar, Tequila Sunset.
Ho, ho, ho. Tequila Sunset. Not sunrise because you're almost dead. So funny, Harry. Thank you for fucking me. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired. And I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Estou com medo de xixi bem aqui.
He squints at it.
Graças a Deus.
Trying to ascertain if it's not a blue candy wrapper or a piece of vinyl.
Okay. And your gun?
What is it with all these
what is it?
objects? Here we go again. Lost gun. Trying to terrorize.
Minha arma está bem aqui, mostra vileza 9mm.
He has it. I thought it was in the ocean. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
Eu parei de beber, pra sempre. Agora sou somente eu dentro desse buraco infernal e chato.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
He's wounded. It's been a long week and he's handled an actual corpse.
Eu troquei a arma com o comunista. Que? Eu não tenho ideia do que você está cheirando em mim. Eu lavei a morte de mim. Eu lidei com um cadáver de verdade. Foi uma semana e tanto. Sinto muito que eu estou fedendo.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
Não.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagis. We know.
Não prender ela foi a coisa certa a se fazer. Ela deu uma pista vital que nos levou à ira.
Oh, well. If she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped.
É verdade. Ele deixou muitas pessoas ir embora.
Something. Or the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 6 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
Graças a Deus que.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Eu também resolvi o caso, tá resolvido todo ele.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
Oh, desculpa.
It's so much better if he does this. A million times
Desculpa.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
Kim, pelo amor de Deus.
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the apocalypse thing. At first I thought it was a joke, but it's not. He actually thinks the world is about to end, in a bloodletting or gloaming. We're about to become vapor, even. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist.
Que pessoa bizarra,
He's
né?
even gotten involved in a highly theoretical underground reading group, which, again, for a police officer, is
E ele parado aqui só.
You should yell something.
Eu sou policial do estado que virá.
The RCM consists of policemen of the state that is, so a little discrepancy there. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen, in fact.
Obrigado.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop.
Obrigado, Kim.
In all the
Obrigado.
time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential.
Obrigado, Kim.
He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, was a valiant effort. He really sang his
Kim, muito obrigado. Kim, eu te amo.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Obrigado, Kim.
A new species?
Sim.
A colossal stick insect.
Pra
It was on the island.
a cereja do bolo.
As the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Russiana. Então, como você pode ver, eu sou um detetive muito razoável e um comunista absolutamente gigantesco.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Sim.
Detective,
Ah, sim, eu acredito que o feromônio que ele emite pode ser responsável pela degradação mental do assassino.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near
Tudo está relacionado ao caso.
So it is connected.
Tudo é conectado, galera.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Só fiquem calados e respeitem.
It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
Oh, coisa boa, né?
Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Ah, eu também fundei um clube noturno na igreja.
What was that? It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
É, eu vigorei a vida noturna local.
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Além disso, sua família era fêmeas. Os juncos era seu ninho.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued color.
Que isso? Que porra é essa, Kim?
And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Machista?
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Eu acho que se reproduz por partenogênese.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Ele me contou.
Interesting. Then it is especially vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the entire species. We're probably talking conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guide.
Tinha recolhido itens no seu ninho, um capacete, um amigo, telescópio e um passaporte.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male.
Opa.
This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called
Na verdade,
bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Poderia ter sido... Não, eu acho que é uma fêmea por causa da voz.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
Não era nada robusto.
Like a dung beetle.
Sim. Tinha mandíbulas que era parecer com cabelo e era completamente branco por dentro.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
Não, tem que ser.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Que bom que a gente tem uma foto.
Without it, you're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Não. Assassino Lilianovich Droz, nós temos uma motivação forte para o ato.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Matronímico revolucionário.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural
Esse cara é muito mal-humorado.
You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
Estão ensinando a esperança de iniciar uma guerra entre empresas e sindicatos. Ele matou em um ato de raiva, induzido pelos semioquímicos. Ele matou o mercenário em um ato de ciúme.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way
more than that.
Way more.
É mais que isso, mecanismo de dó perfeito, que nem os phasmídio. É muito mais que isso, isso vai me conquistar a Dora de volta. Minha obra-prima, eles vão ensinar isso na academia de polícia.
Masterpiece. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
Eu não bebi, velho.
Doesn't it ever
Does it ever leave?
It is there, like in your bones or something. It will pass in time.
Talvez havia um homem morto no calçadão, uma pessoa perdida que eu encontrei. Também havia.
Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
Como você sabia que eu
The body
encontrei?
was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements.
Resolvi esse caso também, é verdade.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Eu também investiguei o mistério da zona comercial condenada.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
Rua St. Lane 10, um prédio comercial onde todos os negócios vão à falência. Eu investiguei isso.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
There was a fridge we needed and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course. Call it community outreach, right?
Isso.
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Eu confisquei drogas do pai do Kuno. Então o que você diz? Quer receber o maioral de volta? Pode pra si mesmo.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to, Jude.
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So maybe this time.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Espere, eu tenho poucas perguntas antes de irmos sobre quem eu sou.
The man looks westward.
Vamos lá.
Impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Ele tichilando a chave. Quem sou eu?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
O quê?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
A gente tinha uma história dessa,
Before
né?
you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside.
Explica muita
Should we
coisa.
maybe-
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
A coleção de roupas esportivos da fauna que eu
Your
juntei.
moves on the church floor.
É.
Just jump aerobics. Your use of the word graffito.
And this guy too.
And this guy too.
God, even this javelin throwing freak.
This guy too. Coordenação motor, savoir-faire. Oh, Deus, Mike Contato.
Of course. Contact Mike.
Contact Mike.
Been on about Mike again.
Mike Contato é uma
I hate
reprise.
that guy.
Mike Contato é uma reprise do princípio esportivo básico mais inspirador da competição aberta. 5000-1, fora do ranking.
Oh, you don't say. Does he also vault an impassable gulf of finance and privilege?
It is getting cold out.
Quando foi isso? Quando eu fui professor de educação física?
20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
Como você disse em Coron, eu era professor de educação física lá.
Yes, you taught gym in Cool. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
Quem diria?
Kuro is just east of Jamro. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you're so juvenile.
Tudo explicado, velho.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Merecendo a RCM,
The
então?
regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries. And
Ai, meu Deus.
an ocean full of hope.
Ser jovem é muito bom, né?
I knew it. I knew no
Descobriu o
normal
amor.
human being can run like that. He's an honest to God gym teacher.
Ai, velho. Aham. Deixa eu anotar essa porra aqui. Eu vou esquecer. Anotar isso aqui rapidão, gente. Foi. Porque eu sou assim.
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over.
O nome dela é Dora?
Dora Engelund.
Ai, Dora é lindo.
Dora de what?
Espera, Dora Engelund?
Something like that. Half Vasan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
Então nós nem éramos
No
casados.
one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
Quando foi isso?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago.
6 anos.
She was way before my time.
Caralho.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Ai,
Yeah.
6 anos.
Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Quem era ela?
Incredibly bangable.
Véi,
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin.
cara era...
Heartbreak Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is going down. It's time to go home.
I think she taught in the Academy de
Véi, os caras continuam conversando.
River, way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing.
Mhm.
My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this
Sim,
shit.
preciso.
Not a psychologist.
É uma psiquiatra.
Several degrees harder. There's something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Eu sou um policial corrupto trabalhando pra puta madre? Não, porque eu suspeito pra ele se achar.
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss.
Sim.
You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take
É
I
verdade.
assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of... I told you it's not that bad.
141, que tipo de delegacia é essa?
Us? With the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? With the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the sea wing. It's not good.
Torson McLean?
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic though. Coulson and McLean.
Uma dupla icônica, suponho.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We're garbage.
Calma, gente. Ela se é.
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
Reconceptualize.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
É, it's cooler. E o Price é?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCA.
Ah, o Capitão
He's one of
Price.
the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office.
Esse nome Gottlieb é talvez uma citação do outro jogo lá, o... Como é que chama? Minha boca está fechada, mas eu preciso gritar. My mouth is closed, but I'm a scream. Como é que é o nome? Não lembro. É um conto, né, que virou um jogo. I have no mouth and I'm a scream. Lembrei. Tem um, eu acho que o médico lá chama Gottlieb também. Eu não lembro. Por acaso nós atiramos em uma igreja recentemente? Ponte pra igreja.
So he remembers that.
Eita,
yes, there
caralho.
may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
Que houve? Por que precisamos ir lá?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCF and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
Sim. Então eu trabalho na delegacia sem grande homicídios.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershaw. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Faz mídia pra se contar isso pra Lena o mais rápido possível.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113
Isso, a gente perguntou, né?
Road in Jamrock.
Uma criptologista, ela mora em Jamrock, na estrada do Tabernáculo. Ela me contou sobre esse família.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Oh!
Fine.
Minha casa.
If we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
Aham. Tenente Kitsuraga, o que você vai fazer agora?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all this. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
Sobre o quê?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
Ele levanta a gola e olha ao redor, a luz fria da primavera refletindo na lente dos
I
óculos.
don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Quer fazer isso na delegacia 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains.
Não, quis dizer investigar. Venha trabalhar no Distrito 41.
Work with Price?
Comigo, né, seu filho da puta?
Flattered, but I don't know if I
would fit him. I'm crazy enough. Can take the stress.
É, porque é só gente louca, né, obviamente.
How to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first.
Bora, Kim.
But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Ele retribui o sorriso dela. Eita, tá rolando um clima?
He's really considering it.
Estou pronto.
Good.
Ela olha pra você, então pra Vikemer.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump drives motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the evening sky,
the
great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41 atop the motorway, to Boogie Street forking into the dark horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time.
Lindo, né?
Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Hiddleston? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomny Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Ei, meu amigo Kim. Olha o estilo do cara. O Real Gunene ia terminar com a fala do Shivers, né? Tem que ser, aquela freia é foda, né? Lindo. Lindo demais. Aqui acaba, né? A jornada desse grande homem. O computador tá fervendo. E... que isso? Lindo demais, né, velho? Galera, deixa eu ver se tá... Minha câmera. Gente, muito obrigado a todo mundo. Tem que ver, a gente vai ver agora no YouTube a porta do bunker e o quê? Outra coisa que a gente vê, o Kuno acompanhando no final. É isso, mas pro YouTube a gente deixa aqui. Beijo para pessoas do futuro, do passado. Estaremos novamente na luta aí. Minha casa nova aí, ó. Um apartamento novo, né? Paredes brancas, porta nova. Beijo, YouTube. Fui.